Chapter 96. Seeing the person in the distance, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. "What's going on?" Fang Chen cried out. He was clearly in the primary area of the Tianguang secret realm. Why was he in the intermediate area now? Before entering the Tianguang secret realm, Fang Chen already knew that the Tianguang secret realm was divided into 3 major areas, corresponding to the 3 different levels of disciples in the Kamikaze Kenbu. The disciples in each area were unable to enter another area. However, Fang Chen was in the intermediate area now. This was because the person in the distance was an intermediate disciple in the Kamikaze Kenbu. If it had been any other disciple, Fang Chen would not have recognized him. However, Fang Chen had seen this disciple once before, so he had a deep impression of him. He Yang, who was in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, seemed to have known Yuan Batian for a long time. When Yuan Batian had first entered the Kamikaze Kenbu, He Yang had come to the primary area to look for Yuan Batian. Could the exit of the bottomless abyss be in the intermediate area? Fang Chen wondered. At this moment, He Yang, who was walking from afar, also noticed Fang Chen. He did not know Fang Chen, but when he saw that there was someone here, he frowned. When He Yang walked in front of Fang Chen, his eyes flashed. He asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Hearing He Yang's question, Fang Chen nodded and said, "I came here by accident." "It's dangerous here. Hurry up and leave," He Yang said. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment Fang Chen turned to leave, he suddenly felt a strong force behind him. "Not good!" Fang Chen cried out. He immediately gathered all the strength in his body and gathered it in his fist. He turned around and punched He Yang. Bang! After a loud bang, Fang Chen's body was pushed back. He finally stabilized himself and looked coldly at He Yang. At this moment, He Yang's expression was ferocious as an evil smile appeared on his face. "Brat, I don't care how you got here. You're going to stay here forever, because only the dead can keep secrets forever," He Yang said in a sinister tone. "I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? Besides, I didn't discover the secret you spoke of," Fang Chen said coldly. Since you've come here, it means that you should be wary of that secret. I can't let you go, so you can die." As soon as He Yang finished speaking, he unleashed the power of a Qi transformation 5th realm cultivator and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing that He Yang wanted to kill him, Fang Chen's face turned completely cold. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless," Fang Chen said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 captains instantly appeared around him. The next moment, the 4 captains received his order to attack He Yang with all their might. Bang! He Yang's attack was blocked by the 4 captains. In the next moment, He Yang's body was pushed back. After stabilizing himself, He Yang's face was filled with fear. How is this possible? How can there be 4 Qi transformation 5th realm warriors? He Yang cried out. He had thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen, but he did not expect that there would be 4 Qi transformation 5th realm warriors. This made He Yang's heart tremble. Damn it! He Yang cursed. His body flashed as he prepared to escape. "Kill him," Fang Chen ordered. The 4 captains joined forces and attacked He Yang. He Yang tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body instantly disappeared into the distance. At the same time, a pitch-black metal ball appeared in his hand. He threw it violently, and the metal ball smashed into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the metal ball hit the ground and exploded. Thick smoke appeared, blocking the vision of the 4 captains. Although it was only for a moment, when the smoke dissipated, He Yang had already disappeared. What was that? Why is it so powerful? Fang Chen was puzzled. If the 4 captains had not blocked in front of him, he would definitely have been injured by the power of the explosion. "It should be some kind of hidden weapon," Fang Chen said. "No wonder he's a middle disciple. He actually has such a hidden weapon." Since He Yang had escaped, Fang Chen did not plan to pursue. After all, the 4 captains could not be seen in public. In the middle disciple area, there were many strong disciples. If they were discovered, it would be terrible. "Let him escape. He doesn't know who he is anyway," Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen thought of what He Yang had said to him. It seemed that there were some secrets here. What secrets are there? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen began to search. This area was very wide, but Fang Chen searched through it piece by piece. An hour later, Fang Chen was finally certain that there was something different in a certain corner. Could there be an inheritance here? Fang Chen was puzzled. This was the foot of a mountain. The surroundings were filled with dense forests. Fang Chen carefully walked to this place. However, just as Fang Chen was about to investigate, the blood-colored skeleton suddenly spoke. Master, there's the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple. Fang Chen frowned slightly when he heard the bloody skeleton's words. He immediately said, "The four of you go and take a look." The four captains obeyed and walked to the hidden area at the foot of the mountain. They flipped through the branches and found several skeletons. These corpses don't seem to belong to the Yellow Spring sect. Could they be disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu? Fang Chen walked over and whispered. Looking at the corpses, there was a cultivator sitting cross-legged in the innermost hidden area. This cultivator was surrounded by a scarlet aura. His eyes were closed as if he was cultivating. Captain Tian Hong, the four captains said in unison. Captain of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen asked. Master, he is indeed Captain Tian Hong, but there seems to be something wrong, said the blood-colored skeleton. Just as they were speaking, Captain Tian Hong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. Not good, he's being controlled, shouted the blood-colored skeleton. At the next moment, Captain Tian Hong stood up abruptly. Activating all the strength in his body, he launched an attack at the four of them. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen was shocked and kept retreating. As for the four captains, they worked together to surround Captain Tian Hong. 15 minutes later, Captain Tian Hong was subdued by the four captains, but he was still struggling. Controlled by someone? Who is controlling him? Fang Chen asked as he looked at the struggling Captain Tian Hong. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of something. Could he be controlled by He Yang? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more certain that Captain Tian Hong was being controlled by He Yang. I really didn't expect that there would be someone in the Kamikaze Kenbu like me, controlling the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, whispered Fang Chen. Master, what should we do about Captain Tian Hong? Asked the blood-colored skeleton. All of you, suppress him. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly and unleashed his soul seed. Immediately, an invisible aura appeared in Fang Chen's mind and drilled into Captain Tian Hong's mind. Since Captain Tian Hong was being controlled by someone else, Fang Chen had to squeeze out the control of the other party if he wanted to control Captain Tian Hong. Hiss! In Captain Tian Hong's mind, two formless auras clashed continuously. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, after 15 minutes, Fang Chen successfully occupied Captain Tian Hong's mind and controlled him. Fang Chen was very satisfied after controlling Captain Tian Hong. Another puppet, Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, in a hidden place, He Yang's face was filled with anger. He was in a sorry state. Damn it, it must be that bastard who has taken control of my puppet, He Yang roared angrily. Brat, just you wait. I'll definitely kill you, said He Yang. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know any of this. After controlling the puppet, Fang Chen put the 5 captains into a special spatial ring and began to search for the inheritance. Of course, the most important thing right now was to find a portion of sky crystal holy water to expel the soul-devouring dagger's cold chi. Only then could Fang Chen's strength completely recover. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the Skylight Secret Realm had been open for more than 2 months. Ever since Fang Chen entered the intermediate area of the Skylight Secret Realm, he had been searching for the sky crystal holy water, but to no avail. In the beginner area, the Dragon Army's strength became more and more tyrannical. They could almost sweep the entire beginner area. In the intermediate area, Yuan Batian became more and more courageous as he fought. He had been fighting with the other disciples for the inheritance treasure. Every time the Skylight Secret Realm opened, it would remain open for 3 months. Once the 3 months were up, all the disciples would be transported out. Now, more than 2 months had passed, But Fang Chen still hadn't found the sky crystal holy water. However, Fang Chen's gains were not small. In these 2 months, Fang Chen had cultivated the Tai diffraction sword to the 6th level. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm. With the Tai diffraction sword, Fang Chen was confident that he could easily defeat a warrior of the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He could even challenge a warrior of the 5th realm. In the intermediate area, there was a central area. Before the Skylight secret realm closed, all the disciples would go to the central area. Only the disciples who safely reached the central area would be transported out of the Skylight secret realm safely. On this day, Fang Chen also rushed to the central area of the intermediate area. It took Fang Chen 3 days to reach the central area. However, before Fang Chen could step into the central area, he was bounced back by a force. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Fang Chen found himself in the beginner area. Could it be that the central area can measure my strength? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out the mystery, so he stopped thinking about it. Chapter 97. As soon as he returned to the primary area, Fang Chen heard that the dragon army had obtained a large number of treasures in an ancient relic. There was even the celestial crystal holy water. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the words celestial crystal holy water. I didn't expect the dragon army to obtain the celestial crystal holy water, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen gritted his teeth when he thought of how the dragon army had dealt with him in the bottomless abyss. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would have died at the hands of the dragon army. He had to take revenge. And now, the celestial crystal holy water had appeared in the hands of the dragon army. Fang Chen was determined to obtain it. The dragon army is on the Black Dragon Mountain in the central area, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then he tapped his foot and flew toward the Black Dragon Mountain. As the Tianguang secret realm was about to close, all the primary disciples headed toward the Black Dragon Mountain. But none of them dared to touch the treasures that the dragon army had obtained. At this time, the dragon army stood alone on the Black Dragon Mountain. His face was full of a sinister smile. In front of him was a pool of water. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have noticed that in the center of the pool, there was a small dot of water. That was the legendary celestial crystal holy water. There was news in the primary area that the dragon army had obtained the inherited treasure and the celestial crystal holy water. But they didn't know that the dragon army had only discovered the celestial crystal holy water. Damn it, why is the celestial crystal holy water so difficult to obtain? The dragon army said in a low voice. Just like that, the dragon army thought of a way. 3 days passed. The primary disciples stood at the foot of the Black Dragon Mountain. They were all whispering about the dragon army on the mountain peak. The dragon army is too overbearing. He used his strength to monopolize the inherited treasure. How shameless. The dragon army is the #1 primary disciple. Not long ago, he broke through to the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. As long as he leaves the Tianguang secret realm, he will be an intermediate disciple. Yeah. There are so many treasures on the Black Dragon Mountain. The other disciples don't dare to say anything. We can only watch. After all, the dragon army is too strong. Many disciples were divided. In the face of the dragon army, they dared not say anything. After 3 days, the dragon army still couldn't find a way to collect the heavenly crystal holy water. However, at a certain moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, everyone realized that Fang Chen had arrived. Fang Chen's appearance caused many disciples to exclaim in surprise. Look, it's Fang Chen. He climbed the Black Dragon Mountain. Is Fang Chen courting death? How dare he try to get his hands on the dragon army's things? Maybe Fang Chen can defeat the dragon army. Don't forget that Fang Chen is a level 4 swordsman. That's right. If Fang Chen fights with the dragon army, we might be able to fish in troubled waters. Fang Chen's speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to ascend the Black Dragon Mountain. Dragon Army, who was racking his brains, suddenly noticed that someone was climbing the mountain. But when he saw that it was Fang Chen, his face was full of surprise. Immediately, the surprise disappeared and was replaced by anger. Bastard, you didn't die from falling into the abyss, said Dragon Army coldly. Dragon Army, I've disappointed you. I'm still alive, said Fang Chen with a faint smile. Is that so? You'll die sooner or later, said Dragon Army. Fang Chen glanced at the pool and saw the heavenly crystal holy water. Dragon Army noticed Fang Chen's gaze and sneered, You dare to covet my heavenly crystal holy water in front of me? You're courting death. The heavenly crystal holy water doesn't belong to the Dragon Army. The moment Fang Chen spoke, he pushed off with his feet and stepped on the pool water, appearing directly above the heavenly crystal holy water. You're courting death. Long Jun roared angrily as he swung the long sword in his hand. Immediately, a ray of sword light pierced towards Fang Chen. Tai dispersing sword. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Tai dispersing sword. With a bang, the two sword lights collided in the sky. Bang! Fang Chen's body retreated and fell into the water with a splash. Damn the cold chi! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Because of the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger in his mind, he couldn't use the spiritual chi in his true nucleus. Therefore, he couldn't use his full strength. Fang Chen, you were lucky to survive last time. Let's see who will save you this time, said Dragon Army sinisterly when he saw this scene. Seeing Dragon Army walking towards him step by step, Fang Chen was about to counterattack when he suddenly noticed the heavenly crystal holy water beside him. Absorb the heavenly crystal holy water first, said Fang Chen. It's very difficult to take the heavenly crystal holy water away, so I'll try to absorb it. Thinking of this, Fang Chen slid his body and came to the side of the heavenly crystal holy water. He gently touched the heavenly crystal holy water with his finger and began to absorb it. As soon as he touched the heavenly crystal holy water, Fang Chen felt a piercing coldness. It's so cold. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Dragon Army was furious when he saw this scene. Fang Chen, you're courting death. Dragon Army roared angrily and waved the long sword in his hand again. The sword light suddenly appeared and formed a vortex in the sky, piercing directly towards Fang Chen. At this moment, at the foot of Black Dragon Mountain, many disciples shook their heads when they saw this scene. It seemed that Dragon Army wanted to kill Fang Chen and wanted to kill Fang Chen. Hiss! Hiss! At first, the heavenly crystal holy water gave Fang Chen a bone-piercing cold. However, in an instant, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, helping Fang Chen absorb the heavenly crystal holy water. The heavenly crystal holy water began to enter Fang Chen's mind through his fingers. The cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger was also gradually expelled by the heavenly crystal holy water. At this moment, the sword chi vortex in the sky suddenly slashed down from the sky and hit Fang Chen heavily. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, but he was still absorbing the heavenly crystal holy water. How is this possible? Dragon Army cried out involuntarily in the sky. His all-out attack was actually blocked by Fang Chen. Of course, what Long Jun did not know was that Fang Chen was able to block his attack because of the celestial crystal holy water and the golden heart. After being hit by Dragon Army, Fang Chen's speed of absorbing the heavenly crystal holy water became faster and faster. In a short while, the heavenly crystal holy water was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. When the heavenly crystal holy water completely entered Fang Chen's mind, the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger continued to struggle. Hiss! Finally, under the tyrannical power of the heavenly crystal holy water, the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger was completely eliminated. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth rose, revealing a smile. Splash! Fang Chen came out of the pool and landed on the ground. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at Dragon Army. Fang Chen, you stole my heavenly crystal holy water. I'm going to kill you. Dragon Army roared angrily. With the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger expelled, Fang Chen's strength had recovered. He was naturally not afraid of Dragon Army. Very well. Even if you don't cause trouble for me, I'll still settle our old scores with you, Fang Chen said with a grin. Bloodthirsty swordplay. Dragon Army roared. The strength of the fourth realm of the Chi transformation realm exploded instantly. He directly used the bloodthirsty swordplay, wanting to kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Fang Chen is in danger. He's really bold to steal the heavenly crystal holy water from the tiger's mouth. Yeah. Fang Chen stole the heavenly crystal holy water and completely angered Dragon Army. Dragon Army wants to kill him. I don't know how Fang Chen will block it this time. The power of the bloodthirsty swordplay is not to be trifled with. Seeing Dragon Army use the bloodthirsty swordplay, many disciples at the foot of the Black Dragon Mountain believed that Fang Chen would not be able to defeat Dragon Army. However, at this time on the Black Dragon Mountain, Fang Chen's long robe fluttered without any wind. A strange smile appeared on his face. Tai Dispersing Sword, Level 6. Seeing Dragon Army use the bloodthirsty swordplay, Fang Chen said softly. In the next moment, sword light crisscrossed around Fang Chen's body. A terrifying aura erupted from the spiritual light sword. A tyrannical sword force also emanated from Fang Chen's body and integrated into the crisscrossing sword light. What kind of swordplay is this? Dragon Army, who was attacking, noticed Fang Chen's swordplay and thought to himself. However, although Fang Chen's swordplay was beyond Dragon Army's expectations, he still used the bloodthirsty swordplay. He was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. Rumble. In the sky, the sword light crisscrossed and fiercely collided with each other. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Dragon Army roared angrily. However, it seemed that he had no chance. When the two long swords collided, a cracking sound was heard. Everyone looked over in surprise and found that the high-level ordinary weapon in Dragon Army's hand was actually broken into two pieces. At the same time, the Tai Dispersing Sword exploded in the sky. Countless sword lights collided with each other and emitted a wild force. The entire Black Dragon Mountain was shaking. The water on the mountain peak was split by the sword. One could imagine how powerful Fang Chen's swordplay was. Poochie. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the spiritual light sword in Fang Chen's hand pierced into Dragon Army's chest. Ah! Dragon Army screamed miserably and immediately threw a punch at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his wrist and pulled out the spiritual light sword to block Dragon Army's attack. Bang! With a loud bang, Dragon Army's body fell to the ground. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Dragon Army could not imagine how he, who had reached the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm, could be defeated so easily by Fang Chen. Seeing Dragon Army's hysterical screams, Fang Chen sneered. From the beginning, Fang Chen did not treat Dragon Army as an opponent because he was not worthy. Do you still have the ability to kill me now? Fang Chen said indifferently. Seeing this scene, the entire Black Dragon Mountain was shocked. Everyone gasped and could not help but sigh. No wonder he was a martial artist with a fourth-level sword Dao talent. This kind of potential was too terrifying. I did not expect Fang Chen to grow to such a level, someone said. Chapter 98. Fang Chen walked towards the Dragon Army step by step. His face was filled with murderous intent. None of the disciples at the foot of Black Dragon Mountain noticed that there were cracks on the light sword in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen's light sword had been shattered when he was on the cliff of the bottomless abyss. Now, he could only use the low-level mortal weapon, the light sword. The reason why he had been able to destroy Long Jun's high-level mortal weapon was because of the power of the Tai Diffraction Sword. However, although he had destroyed Long Jun's high-level mortal weapon, the light sword had also suffered a heavy blow. Fang Chen felt the light sword shaking in his hand as if it was about to fall apart. However, even if it fell apart, he had to kill Long Jun. Fang Chen, what are you doing? Long Jun's face changed drastically as he looked at Fang Chen and asked in a low voice. What do you think I'm doing? Fang Chen sneered. You have tried to kill me time and time again. In front of the bottomless abyss, you almost caused me to lose my life. How can I let you go? Fang Chen. Long Jun roared Long Jun. However, Fang Chen did not care about Long Jun's roar. Holding light sword, he stabbed towards Long Jun. At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky above the Tianguang secret realm. In the next moment, dark clouds covered the sky. The Tianguang secret realm has opened. All disciples will be teleported out. A majestic voice spread throughout the Tianguang secret realm. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill Long Jun. However, just as his light sword was about to stab Long Jun, the Tianguang secret realm suddenly trembled. Crash! All the disciples came out of the Tianguang secret realm. The entrance of the Tianguang secret realm closed again. Long Jun Fang Chen steadied himself and found himself in the square. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the dragon army. At this moment, the dragon army no longer had the dignity of an expert. They panicked and tried to escape. "Give me your life." Fang Chen let out a low roar. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly brandished the light sword in his hand. A sword light pierced straight towards the dragon army. "Elder, save me." Sensing the sword radiance coming from Fang Chen's attack, Long Jun's face turned pale as he cried out miserably. Just as everyone thought that Long Jun would not be able to withstand this sword light, a figure suddenly appeared behind Long Jun. With a gentle wave of his hand, the frightening sword light immediately dissipated. Crack! It was at this moment that the agile sword in Fang Chen's hand started to shatter inch by inch. In the end, only the hilt remained. "Fang Chen, this is kamikaze Kenbu. How dare you attempt to kill a fellow disciple?" The figure shouted coldly. "Elder, you must seek justice for me," Long Jun said as he hid behind the third elder. The third elder glanced at the battered and exhausted dragon army and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" At this moment, the second elder also appeared. "Fang Chen, why did you attack Long Jun?" After the second elder appeared, he did not ask any questions and directly questioned Long Jun. However, after the second elder asked this question, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Long Jun and said in a daze, "Long Jun, why are you in such a sorry state? Could it be that you were beaten to this state by Fang Chen?" Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he said, "The two elders did not ask any questions and assumed that this matter was my fault. Fang Chen, you still dare to talk back. Kamikaze Kenbu prohibits disciples from killing each other. Do you think that just because you are strong, you can kill your fellow disciples without any scruples?" The third elder questioned. "That's right. Fang Chen, you have already violated the Kamikaze Kenbu's rules. You must be dealt with severely," the second elder said. "What a joke. When Long Jun tried to kill me, where were you? Now that I want to kill him, you come out to stop me," Fang Chen sneered and retorted. "That's just a one-sided story. How can we believe it? As for the matter of you wanting to kill Long Jun, we saw it with our own eyes. If the third elder did not appear in time, Long Jun would have been killed by you," the second elder said sternly. "Long Jun, tell me, did Fang Chen use a trick to seriously injure you and then chase after you?" The third elder looked at Long Jun and asked. Long Jun was recognized as the number one person in the primary area. His strength was extremely tyrannical. It was impossible for Fang Chen to defeat Long Jun directly. Therefore, the two elders believed that there must be something hidden. The only explanation was that Fang Chen used a trick to injure Long Jun. At this moment, all the disciples in the square were watching this scene. Some disciples wanted to say a few words for Fang Chen, but they did not dare to offend Long Jun, so they could only watch. "Third elder, I found the celestial crystal holy water on Black Dragon Mountain. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen actually came to steal it. He used a trick to injure me and steal my celestial crystal holy water. He even wanted to kill me," Long Jun said slowly. Hearing Long Jun's words, the two elders became even angrier. "Fang Chen, you heard it, right? Do you know your crime?" the second elder shouted. "What I said was just a one-sided story. You believe what Long Jun said. I've never seen two elders who are so partial to their disciples," Fang Chen said coldly. "Fang Chen, you," the third elder said angrily, "are the primary disciples now so arrogant?" After saying that, the third elder was about to attack. However, Fang Chen's following words caused the third elder to stop. "Long Jun, you said I used a trick to defeat you. Then do you dare to accept my challenge?" Fang Chen said coldly. "A battle to the death. Long Jun is seriously injured right now. You want him to accept the challenge? Isn't that clearly taking advantage of him?" said the third elder. "That's right. Long Jun is injured right now. He's no match for you. How about this? 1 month. At that time, Long Jun will have a battle to the death with you, said the second elder. Elders. Long Jun wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the 2 elders. Elders, can we trust your words? Asked Fang Chen. How dare you doubt our words, said the second elder angrily. Fang Chen nodded. In that case, we'll meet in 1 month on the life and death stage. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Although Fang Chen wanted to kill Long Jun on the spot, there was no way he could do it with the 2 elders around. He could only wait until 1 month later. All the disciples shook their heads when they heard the news, but no one said anything. After Fang Chen left, the fast was over for the time being. All the disciples returned to their own residences. Long Jun's eyes flashed with coldness. Elders, I've reached the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, said Long Jun softly. What? You've reached the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Haha, I told you that you would definitely break through during this trip to the Tianguang secret realm. The second elder laughed. That's great. Once you reach the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, you can enter the middle division. The treatment in the middle division is incomparable to that in the primary division. I'll go tell the elders in the middle division. Third elder was very happy. On the 2nd day after the trip to the Tianguang secret realm, the news of Long Jun becoming an intermediate disciple spread throughout the entire primary area. Everyone had expected Long Jun to become an intermediate disciple. After all, Long Jun was already a 4th realm Qi transformation realm warrior in the Tianguang secret realm. What people did not know was that Long Jun had come looking for Fang Chen before entering the intermediate area. Fang Chen, I've already become an intermediate disciple, and you're only a primary disciple. You're no longer qualified for me to fight in the deathmatch in 1 month, unless you also become an intermediate disciple, said Long Jun with a sinister smile. He knew how strong Fang Chen was, but he was confident that when Fang Chen entered the intermediate area, he would be able to suppress Fang Chen completely. You want to fight me? No way, said Long Jun arrogantly as he left. Kamikaze Kenbu had a clear rule. Primary disciples were not allowed to fight intermediate disciples in the deathmatch. This was why Long Jun was so arrogant. Now that he had become an intermediate disciple, it meant that the deathmatch in 1 month was invalid. After returning from the Tianguang secret realm, Fang Chen rested for a few days. In the secret realm, the light sword and the spiritual light sword had been shattered. Now, Fang Chen did not have a weapon. Therefore, Fang Chen needed to find a weapon. As everyone knew, the grades of weapons ranged from ordinary weapons to ordinary weapons, and then to yuan weapons. If one wanted to refine ordinary weapons, an ordinary blacksmith could do it. However, if one wanted to refine yuan weapons, one had to be a blacksmith master. There were very few blacksmiths in the Shengfeng nation. The power of a yuan weapon was many times stronger than that of an ordinary weapon. In a battle between experts, the outcome of the battle could be determined by techniques or weapons. A good weapon was enough to give a warrior a slight advantage over an opponent of the same level. One day, Fang Chen arrived at the weapon hall in the primary area. There were many weapons in the weapon hall. Fang Chen glanced around and saw that most of them were ordinary weapons. There were very few high-level ordinary weapons. Are there any yuan weapons? Fang Chen asked. The staff next to him shook his head and said, We don't have any yuan weapons in the primary area. Only the intermediate area has them. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head and left the weapon hall. After leaving the weapon hall, Fang Chen went to find the first elder in the primary area. In the primary area, only the great elder was the one with real power. First elder, disciple Fang Chen has a request. Fang Chen came to the first elder's courtyard and said respectfully, Oh, Fang Chen, you are the warrior with a 4th grade sword talent. The first elder was slightly surprised and asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, Yes, I am. Hearing that, the great elder's face revealed a trace of a smile. Disciples with rank 4 sword Dao talent were rare in the Divine Wind Sword Mansion. Those who had rank 4 sword Dao talent would definitely have great achievements in the future. When Fang Chen heard this, He wondered if the first elder would be so shocked that he would be speechless if he told him that his talent in the sword Dao was off the charts. Of course, this was his own secret, and Fang Chen would not say it out loud. "Why have you come to find me?" the first elder asked. Chapter 99. "I want to enter the intermediate area," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the first elder was slightly taken aback. "You are a beginner disciple. Logically speaking, you should not be able to enter the intermediate area." "I want to become an intermediate disciple," Fang Chen said again. The first elder frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure appearing between his brows. When Fang Chen had first joined the Kamikaze Kenbu, he had already known that Fang Chen was a martial artist with a level 4 sword Dao talent. All this time, he had been paying close attention to Fang Chen and Yuan Batian. The latter had not disappointed him and had entered the intermediate area as quickly as possible, while Fang Chen was still in the beginner area. Although he had high hopes for Fang Chen, he felt that Fang Chen was a little too conceited. The first elder could see Fang Chen's strength at a glance. How could a mere Qi transformation second realm martial artist become an intermediate disciple? The first elder shook his head and said, "The Kamikaze Kenbu has a rule that only disciples of the Qi transformation 4th realm and above can become an intermediate disciple. You are not qualified. Do I have to have a high enough cultivation level to be eligible?" Fang Chen asked. The first elder said, "In the history of the Kamikaze Kenbu, there have been some amazing disciples. Although they did not reach the Qi transformation 4th realm, their true strength was stronger than some of the intermediate disciples. They were specially recruited to enter the intermediate area." Fang Chen heard this and nodded. In the end, the first elder did not think that he was qualified to be compared to those monstrous geniuses. Since that was the case, then he would show the first elder his potential and strength. "First elder, can you come with me?" Fang Chen asked seriously. "Where?" the first elder asked. "The testing square." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. The first elder appeared to be deep in thought. Soon after, he took a step forward and followed Fang Chen. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the testing square. Usually, no disciples would come to the testing square. When they arrived at the testing square, the great elder asked, "Fang Chen, you want to show me your talent in the sword Dao. Is your talent higher than level 4? Fang Chen smiled when he heard this. He did not say anything and directly walked to the front of the talent stone tablet. After which, he closed his eyes and gently placed his palm on the talent stone tablet. In an instant, the spirit Qi in Fang Chen's dantian gushed into the talent stele. Immediately after, a powerful sword force appeared in Fang Chen's mind and gushed into the talent stele. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At first, there was no movement on the talent stone tablet. However, after the sword force surged in, the numbers on it began to change. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the number reached 4, the great elder paused for a moment and stared at the stone tablet. In the next moment, the number 4 on the testing stone stele turned into 5. This scene caused the first elder to be extremely shocked. How can he have a level 5 sword Dao talent? The first elder cried out involuntarily. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, the strongest sword Dao talent was only at level 4. He did not expect Fang Chen to have reached level 5. The first elder naturally did not suspect that the talent stele was damaged. He knew very well that the talent stele would never be wrong. Level 5 sword Dao talent. He actually has a level 5 sword Dao talent. This kid's talent in the sword Dao is really terrifying. The first elder exclaimed. When Fang Chen mentioned that he wanted to become a middle disciple, the first elder thought that Fang Chen only had talent but was too conceited. He was a little unhappy. However, at this moment, the first elder realized how naive he was. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the Sword Mansion's higher-ups knew about a level 5 sword Dao talent, they would definitely do their best to nurture him. Even if a level 5 sword Dao talent did not train hard, he would definitely be able to break through the Qi High realm and reach the legendary condensing reality realm. Of course, this was under the premise that he did not train hard. If Kamikaze Kenbu gave him all the resources, he might even surpass the condensing reality realm. A warrior surpassing the condensing reality realm was an existence that the first elder did not even dare to think about. If such a person stomped his foot, the entire Wind Nation would tremble. At this moment, the first elder was extremely excited. However, what happened next made the first elder so excited that he was speechless. When the number on the talent stele turned to 5, it paused for a moment. Since I want to let the first elder know about my talent, then there is no need to hold back. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed on the talent stele. Then, the number on the talent stele disappeared. The talent stele looked as if it was about to explode. The dazzling light made the first elder's heart palpitate. Explosive. How is this possible? The first elder cried out involuntarily. A level 5 sword Dao talent was already enough to shock the first elder. He did not expect Fang Chen's sword Dao talent to surpass level 5. When the powerful people of Kamikaze Kenbu built the talent stele, they said that a warrior who could reach level 5 sword Dao talent was already considered a rare existence in the sword Dao. And a warrior who could make the talent stele explode was definitely an existence that could surpass gold. The number on the talent stele disappeared. This was a sign of exploding. The first elder was petrified on the spot. He did not wake up from the shock for a long time. When his sword Dao talent exploded, Fang Chen finally stopped the test. At this moment, in the depths of Kamikaze Kenbu, in a secluded place, there was a soft sound of surprise. Then, it returned to silence. First elder, do I have the qualifications to become a middle disciple? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Ah. The first elder was shocked. He was awakened by Fang Chen and did not know what to do. After calming down a little, the great elder said slowly, Fang Chen, your talent in the way of the sword is the strongest I have ever seen. With your sword Dao talent, you are qualified to become a middle disciple. I will submit an application for you to become a middle disciple, the first elder said. Thank you very much, first elder. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, Fang Chen, your sword Dao talent is too shocking. It is best not to tell anyone that your sword Dao talent is off the charts. Otherwise, it will bring you unnecessary trouble, the first elder reminded him. Fang Chen nodded. He naturally would not tell anyone about this. Looking at Fang Chen's back as he left, the first elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. If this boy grows up, the Kamikaze Kenbu will definitely be able to suppress the 10 great sects of the Shungfeng nation, the first elder said softly. After Fang Chen returned, he waited for the news. He had to admit that the first elder was indeed the first elder. He was very efficient. The next morning, Fang Chen received news that his application had been approved. Fang Chen had officially become a middle disciple. When Fang Chen heard the news, a smile appeared on his face. However, Fang Chen did not plan to report to the middle disciple area just yet. It would not be too late to wait until the deathmatch. Just like that, time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm. There seemed to be a bottleneck that he could not break through. However, during this time, Fang Chen's cultivation of the Tai dispersing sword technique was very smooth. It's time to report to the middle disciple area, Fang Chen said as he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The Kamikaze Kenbu's middle disciple area was located on a nameless mountain peak. The entire middle disciple area was sealed off. Apart from the middle disciples, no one could enter the middle disciple area. On this day, Fang Chen arrived at the middle disciple area's mountain gate. This is the Kamikaze Kenbu's middle disciple area. Halt, the guard said coldly. I'm here to report to the middle disciple area, Fang Chen said. Oh, what's your name? The guard asked. Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's name, the guard nodded and allowed Fang Chen to enter. After entering the middle disciple area, Fang Chen headed straight for the elders area. The first elder had already told him to go to the middle disciple area and look for Elder He. Elder He also had some say in the middle disciple area. The first elder had already spoken to Elder He and arranged for Fang Chen to go to the elders' assembly. Fang Chen found Elder He and revealed his identity. Elder, he looked at Fang Chen carefully and said, "You're Fang Chen, the one whom the first elder strongly recommended to enter the middle disciple area." "Yes, I am," Fang Chen said. "Fourth grade sword principal talent. You're qualified to enter the middle disciple area." Elder, he nodded and said, "The first elder has already informed me. Let's go. I'll take you to your residence." After a while, Elder, he made arrangements for Fang Chen and explained some rules of the middle disciple area to Fang Chen before leaving. On the third day after Fang Chen entered the middle level area, which was also the 1-month deadline to join the Dragon Army, Fang Chen found the second elder and the third elder in the primary area. "Elders, do you still remember the 1-month agreement with Dragon Army?" Fang Chen asked. "Fang Chen, although we had a 1-month agreement, Dragon Army is now an intermediate disciple, and you're a primary disciple. You're not qualified to challenge him, so the 1-month agreement is invalid," the second elder said. "Yes, you should look in the mirror. How dare you have a life-and-death battle with an intermediate disciple? How ignorant," the third elder said disdainfully. Fang Chen did not speak. He turned his hand and a token appeared in his palm. "Am I qualified to have a life-and-death battle with an intermediate disciple now?" Fang Chen asked. "Yes, an intermediate disciple token." "How did you get it?" the third elder hurriedly asked when he saw the token. "I forgot to tell you that 3 days ago, I was specially approved to enter the middle disciple area and became an intermediate disciple," Fang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the 2 elders' faces were full of coldness. "He's getting more and more unruly. The first elder actually let him become an intermediate disciple. I'll go and ask him for an explanation," the second elder said. The second elder and the third elder left and came back not long after. The first elder followed them back. "Fang Chen is qualified to become an intermediate disciple. Don't talk about this anymore," the first elder said in a deep voice with unquestionable dignity. Chapter 100. The first elder's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He was well aware of how terrifying Fang Chen's potential was. After Fang Chen had displayed his talent, the first elder knew that Fang Chen's true strength was enough to kill a martial artist in the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Giving up the Dragon Army for Fang Chen was nothing. The first elder's words were unquestionable. "Fang Chen's 1-month agreement with the Dragon Army will be carried out as scheduled," the first elder said in a low voice. Fang Chen grinned. The first elder knew that he wanted to kill the Dragon Army. If it had been in the beginning, the first elder would not have allowed it. However, after Fang Chen displayed his extraordinary talent and strength, the first elder tacitly agreed to it. This was a world where the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, there would be many people willing to turn a blind eye and even spare no effort to help you. First elder. The 2 elders wanted to say something, but the first elder stopped them. The news of Fang Chen challenging the Battle Dragon Army spread quickly in the intermediate district. When the Dragon Army heard the news, his first reaction was that Fang Chen had no right to challenge him. But when he heard that Fang Chen had become an intermediate disciple, he was filled with doubts. How could Fang Chen have become an intermediate disciple? "Damn it, he actually became an intermediate disciple," the Dragon Army said coldly. Besides the Dragon Army, Yuan Batian was also a little surprised. He did not expect Fang Chen to enter the intermediate district earlier than he had expected. "Even if you enter the intermediate district, you are still no match for me," Yuan Batian said confidently. The other intermediate disciples were used to this kind of thing. They did not know Fang Chen and did not know how strong Fang Chen was. They only thought that Fang Chen had entered the intermediate district because his cultivation had reached a certain level. Fang Chen did not care about the death match. Dragon Army was no match for him. If he wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Right now, he needed to find Yuan soldiers. Fang Chen went to the weapon hall in the intermediate zone to purchase Yuan soldiers. Aside from ordinary soldiers, there were also some Yuan soldiers in the weapon hall of the intermediate area. However, they were all very expensive. Silver Dragon Sword, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Golden Piercing Sword, 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen did a rough check. Most of the Yuan soldiers were worth more than 1 million medial grade spirit stones. He was flabbergasted. Yuan soldiers were too precious. However, just as Fang Chen was casually looking around, he discovered a dust-covered sword in a corner of the weapon hall. This sword attracted Fang Chen's attention. Rather than saying that it attracted Fang Chen, it was more accurate to say that it attracted the golden heart. When Fang Chen discovered the long sword, the golden heart slightly jumped. Fang Chen's face was overjoyed, but he calmly walked to a corner and carefully looked at the long sword. "Is this sword a Yuan dynasty weapon?" Fang Chen asked. "This sword is a defective product refined by Master Kang Yun. It's not a Yuan dynasty weapon," the staff said. Fang Chen frowned slightly and immediately said, "What's his price? Are you sure you want to buy it? This sword has been here for many years. No one is willing to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy a defective product," the staff reminded. "His price is very cheap. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Fang Chen pondered for a moment and decided to trust the golden heart. "All right, I'll take this sword," Fang Chen said. The staff's face was filled with disbelief. However, since Fang Chen was willing to buy it, he couldn't say anything. In the end, he packed up the sword for Fang Chen. After paying the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen took the long sword away. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Chen took out the long sword and began to carefully look at it. "It can cause the golden heart to shake slightly. It shouldn't be simple," Fang Chen said softly. Then Fang Chen began to look at the sword. On the hilt of the sword, there were two small characters, Qingyun. "It should be called Qingyun's sword," Fang Chen said. Then Fang Chen discovered some azure clouds on the sword. He nodded slightly. It seemed this Qingyun sword had indeed been refined by Master Kang Yun. Master Kang Yun was an extremely famous refining grandmaster within the Divine Wind Nation. He was able to refine Yuan dynasty weapons. Any sect within the Divine Wind Nation that wanted Yuan dynasty weapons had to buy them from him. I wonder why a defective product refined by Master Kang Yun would end up in Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. However, no one knew about this matter, so he didn't think too much about it. Fang Chen held the Qingyun sword and gently waved it around. He discovered that although it was a defective product, its power was still equivalent to a high-grade mortal weapon. There should be something special about this Qingyun sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to attract the golden heart. Fang Chen was puzzled. However, just as Fang Chen held the Qingyun sword in his hand and was puzzled, the golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. A clear stream of energy appeared and flowed through Fang Chen's palm into the Qingyun sword. Crack! The body of the green cloud sword emitted a sword cry. In the next moment, all the rust on the green cloud sword fell off. In just a moment, a brand new Qingyun sword appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a bit startled, but in the next moment, Fang Chen became excited. How is this possible? Fang Chen was incomparably excited. He was already incoherent. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the defective Qingyun sword had become a Yuan dynasty weapon. It must be the golden heart, concluded Fang Chen. To be able to turn a defective Qingyun sword into a Yuan dynasty weapon, even if it was only a low-grade one, was enough to prove how mysterious the golden heart was. So that's how it is. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. This was probably the reason why the golden heart had told him to choose the Qingyun sword. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a low-grade Yuan dynasty weapon. What a great deal, laughed Fang Chen. The defective Qingyun sword had been in the weapon hall for many years without anyone asking about it. Now that it was in Fang Chen's hands, it instantly became a low-grade Yuan dynasty weapon. With the Qingyun sword, I'll definitely be able to easily kill Long Jun, Fang Chen said. A day later, Fang Chen arrived at the Middle Zone's life and death arena as scheduled and waited for Long Jun. There were also a few disciples in the Middle Zone who had come to watch the two of them fight to the death. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Finally, the dragon army arrived while they were waiting. Long Jun's eyes were filled with rage. Fang Chen, are you in such a hurry to die? Asked Long Jun coldly as he stepped onto the life and death arena. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Fang Chen sneered. If it weren't for the two elders protecting you, You would have died a month ago. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Long Jun was even more furious. There weren't many disciples who came to watch the fight, but Yuan Batian was among them. He looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully and didn't say anything. On the rostrum, the primary zone's first elder had also arrived, along with the second and third elders. Of course, there was also an elder from the middle zone. You should know the rules of the fight to the death. I won't say much. Let the fight begin, said an elder. Long Jun, I've let you live for another month. Now, it's time for you to die. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Qingyun sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the Tai dispersing sword was instantly executed. The 6th level of the Tai dispersing sword was extremely powerful. The current Fang Chen was much stronger than he had been a month ago. Although he was only at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, he had no problem dealing with Long Jun, who was at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. When Fang Chen activated the power of the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, some of the disciples below the life and death arena were displeased. He's only at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, yet he's able to become a middle zone disciple. That's right. How could someone like him enter the middle zone? Did he pull some strings? Ph, how shameless. It's one thing for a 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm to enter the middle zone, but he's so high profile. He's really looking for death. I'd like to see what he's capable of to enter the middle zone. Many disciples were dissatisfied with Fang Chen's entry into the middle zone. The middle zone elders on the rostrum also noticed this and turned to look at the first elder. Old Mo, the disciple I recommended, won't have any problems. Just watch and see, the first elder said confidently. The elder called Old Mo nodded slightly and turned to continue watching the battle. Fang Chen, you'll regret your decision, Long Jun roared angrily. He used the bloodthirsty swordsmanship again. The current Long Jun was much stronger than he had been a month ago. Bloodthirsty swordsmanship. After the dragon army entered the intermediate region, they bought a Yuan soldier. However, it was a low-grade Yuan soldier. Bang! The Qingyun sword collided with the long sword of the dragon army, producing a deafening sound. Long Jun's body kept retreating. He thought that he could suppress Fang Chen with weapons, but he didn't expect him to have a low-grade common weapon. Damn it! The dragon army roared and engaged in a fierce battle with Fang Chen once again. However, in the following battle, Fang Chen gradually gained the upper hand and began to suppress Long Jun. After a while, Fang Chen completely suppressed Long Jun, leaving him with no way to resist. On the rostrum, the first elder smiled and said, Old Mo, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right? Old Mo nodded, acknowledging Fang Chen for the first time. At this time, countless disciples below the survival ring had gone from disdain to surprise. A 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm disciple could suppress Long Jun. This kid has some strength, but Long Jun is too weak, someone said. Bang bang bang. After Fang Chen gained the upper hand in the survival ring, he didn't want to waste any time. He immediately used the 6th level of the Tai dispersing sword and activated the sword force. The tyrannical sword light pierced towards Long Jun. Chapter 101. Seeing Fang Chen's tyrannical attack, Long Jun let out an angry roar and tried his best to block it. But the Qingyun sword hummed, and a monstrous sword Qi soared into the sky. The 6th level of the Tai dispersing sword technique combined with the sword force was too overbearing. Poochie. While the crowd was still in shock, the Qingyun sword pierced Long Jun's body. At the moment, Long Jun wanted to pull out his sword, but his body seemed to be imprisoned. Bang! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the Qingyun sword was pulled out. In the next moment, Long Jun's body fell heavily on the combat ring. Seeing this scene, the 2nd elder and 3rd elder on the rostrum cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen ignored the crowd's cries and walked towards Long Jun step by step. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Long Jun. This was Fang Chen's obsession. Fang Chen, have mercy. The 2nd elder could not sit still any longer. He stood up suddenly and shouted. At the same time, the 3rd elder also stood up quickly. He had the urge to stop Fang Chen, but when he heard the 1st elder's snort, he suppressed his impulse. Show mercy. If it was my Long Jun who lost today, I'm afraid he wouldn't show mercy either. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered. Soon after, he raised the Qingyun sword high up. With a catcher sound, it pierced into Long Jun's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Long Jun was dead. In an instant, the entire life and death ring fell into a dead silence. All the disciples stared at Fang Chen in astonishment. How could a disciple of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm be so strong? He could easily kill Long Jun, who was a fourth realm disciple. Long Jun actually died at the hands of Fang Chen. How is this possible? Long Jun couldn't defeat Fang Chen. What's so strange about this kid? Why is he so strong? It must be his sword technique. It's too strong. After a short moment of silence, there was another uproar below the life and death ring. Countless disciples were discussing the matter of Fang Chen killing Long Jun. Of course, there were also some warriors who were wondering if Fang Chen's talent would be a threat to them in the future. The one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Yuan Batian. He personally came to watch this life and death battle. He thought that Fang Chen would be killed by the dragon army, but the result was beyond his expectations. The dragon army was dead, and Fang Chen was still alive. He's stronger than I thought, but there's still a huge gap between him and me, said Yuan Batian in the crowd. Yuan Batian was now at the peak of the fifth realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the sixth realm. Yuan Batian did not believe that Fang Chen could catch up to him in a short period of time. He was very confident in himself. The dragon army is really useless. He couldn't even kill Fang Chen, who is at the second realm of the Qi transformation realm, Yuan Batian thought to himself. Since you can't die even like this, I'll have to play with you next. Yuan Batian laughed sinisterly. On the platform, the second elder and the third elder saw the death of the dragon army. They were furious, but they did not dare to show their anger. In the end, the second elder and the third elder snorted and left in a huff. As for the first elder, his face was full of smiles. He had high hopes for Fang Chen. For Fang Chen, the dragon army was nothing. Fang Chen's talent in the way of the sword was off the charts. In the entire Kamikaze Kenbu, no one was more talented in the way of the sword than him. Even the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings could not compare to Fang Chen in terms of talent. This was also why the first elder supported Fang Chen's deathmatch with the dragon army. The other elders did not know. They only thought that Fang Chen was a little too heaven-defying. First elder, you have a good eye. Old Mo smiled slightly. In the Kamikaze Kenbu, the competition between the disciples was very cruel. Moreover, the Kamikaze Kenbu encouraged the disciples to fight to the death. For the Kamikaze Kenbu, the death of 1 or 2 disciples did not affect them at all. Moreover, the disciples who died were not recognized by the world. They were disciples who had been eliminated. It was better not to have such disciples. Therefore, in the long run, the Kamikaze Kenbu's strength would only grow stronger. Although the Kamikaze Kenbu was not one of the 10 great sects of the Shungfeng nation, even the 10 great sects did not dare to underestimate the strength of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Since the deathmatch is over, we should leave. After Old Mo finished speaking, he bid farewell to the first elder and turned to leave. The first elder looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with gratification. He nodded and turned to leave. After killing Dragon Army, he had achieved his goal. Naturally, he would not stay here any longer. After Fang Chen left, the entire combat ring was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked by Fang Chen's strength. A day after Fang Chen killed Dragon Army, the news spread throughout the entire intermediate area. Even some of the top disciples in the intermediate area heard about it. Of course, the top disciples in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm did not pay attention to such trivial matters. When Fang Chen entered the intermediate area, he shocked countless disciples. Originally, there were some disciples who were unhappy that Fang Chen had entered the intermediate area with his 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm cultivation. But after seeing Fang Chen's battle with Dragon Army, they did not dare to mention it anymore. Being able to kill a warrior in the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm was a monstrous talent. He was comparable to the top disciples. Time passed by bit by bit. In the remaining time, Fang Chen had been working hard on his cultivation. The treatment in the intermediate area was much better than the primary area. The spiritual qi was also denser. It was very suitable for cultivation. Unknowingly, a month had passed. In that month, Fang Chen's incident was gradually forgotten. One day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk. But just as he stopped cultivating, a disciple in the fifth realm of the qi transformation realm appeared in front of his courtyard. Fang Chen, I was in seclusion when you fought with Dragon Army, so I did not see it. But I heard that you killed Dragon Army in the fourth realm of the qi transformation realm with your second realm cultivation. Is that true? Jing Hong asked. Jing Hong, an intermediate area disciple, was at the fifth realm of the qi transformation realm. He was a martial arts fanatic. What does it have to do with whether it is true or not? Fang Chen asked. Looks like what they said is true. If that's the case, I want to fight with you, Jing Hong said. Fang Chen frowned slightly and said, my swordsmanship is used to kill people. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Jing Hong's eyes were thoughtful. He seemed to be thinking about what Fang Chen had just said. After a month of cultivation, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go out more. This time, Fang Chen's destination was the Forest of Swords. In the intermediate area, there was a very mysterious place called the Forest of Swords. In the Forest of Swords, there were countless long swords. Some of these long swords had been passed down since ancient times. In short, as time passed, the Forest of Swords was formed. The Forest of Swords was filled with dense sword qi. Disciples in the intermediate area who wanted to practice their sword skills would enter the Forest of Swords. When Fang Chen arrived in front of the Forest of Swords, he found many disciples there. Among them was Yuan Batian. When Yuan Batian saw Fang Chen, a strange smile appeared in his eyes. I can feel the strong sword qi from so far away. As expected of the Forest of Swords, Fang Chen said. The entrance to the Forest of Swords was very narrow. Only one person could enter at a time. Only when one disciple came out could another enter. Looking from the outside, there were countless long swords in the Forest of Swords. Some of these long swords were broken, while others were decayed. However, no one dared to underestimate the long swords in the Forest of Swords. These long swords, after the baptism of time, seemed to have developed a bit of spirituality, Fang Chen said with a sigh. Just as Fang Chen was looking at the Forest of Swords, a figure suddenly appeared in the Forest of Swords. His face was very ugly. Liu Wen, how far did you go? A disciple asked. This disciple named Liu Wen was only at the fourth realm of the qi transformation realm. His strength was very low. I'm ashamed. I can't go any further after 3 meters, Liu Wen said with a bitter smile on his face. In the Forest of Swords, the stronger one was, the deeper one's understanding of the way of the sword would be, and the further they could go. However, once they felt that they had reached their limit, they could not go any further. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash. After Liu Wen came out, Yuan Batian entered the Forest of Swords. Look, it's Yuan Batian. He's a fourth realm of the way of the sword. I wonder how far he can go in the Forest of Swords. I think Yuan Batian can go at least 10 meters. That's right. Yuan Batian's cultivation has already reached the peak of the fifth realm of the qi transformation realm. He's only a step away from the sixth realm. 10 meters shouldn't be a problem for him. TCH, you guys are underestimating Yuan Batian. A fourth realm of the way of the sword isn't someone you can fathom. Last time, Yuan Batian was able to go 13 meters in the Forest of Swords. This time, he'll definitely be able to go beyond 20 meters. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Yuan Batian to have already gone 13 meters in the Forest of Swords. What a terrifying talent, a disciple exclaimed. After about 15 minutes, Yuan Batian reappeared from the Forest of Swords with a smile on his face. Senior brother Yuan, how far did you go? A disciple asked. 25 meters, Yuan Batian said as he looked at Fang Chen. Hearing this, many disciples exclaimed. Yuan Batian was too powerful. He had actually walked 25 meters in the Forest of Swords. As expected of senior brother Yuan. This talent is admirable, a disciple said with a smile. Yeah, senior brother Yuan. Your talent is considered top-notch even in the Kamikaze Kenbu, another disciple said. Chapter 102. Hearing Yuan Baishan's words, many disciples were puzzled. However, when they followed Yuan Baishan's gaze, they discovered that Yuan Batian was staring at Fang Chen with narrowed eyes. Senior apprentice brother Yuan, the fourth-rank sword Dao talent you spoke of is Fang Chen, right? Asked a disciple. Some disciples were aware that Fang Chen was a fourth-rank sword Dao talent. Correct, said Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Baishan's words, a disciple sneered and said, Brother Yuan, you think too highly of Fang Chen. He only killed Long Jun. It's not a big deal. Although he's also a level 4 sword Dao talent, he's far from you. That's right. It's impossible for someone with a fourth-rank sword Dao talent to go far in the sword forest without strength. Even if he enters the sword forest, he won't be able to surpass senior apprentice brother Yuan's record. Some disciples began to support Yuan Batian and belittle Fang Chen. Yuan Batian narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, do you dare to make a bet with me? Hearing Yuan Baishan's words, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, what bet? He would never forget the humiliation Yuan Batian had given him in the elementary region. Today's humiliation would be returned 100 times in the future. At that time, Fang Chen's strength had been inferior to Yuan Baishan's. But as time passed, his strength gradually caught up. We're both fourth-rank sword Dao talents. Our talent is the same. Then let's make a bet. Let's see if you can surpass me in the sword forest, laughed Yuan Batian. What's the bet? Asked Fang Chen coldly. Although he didn't know how far he could go in the sword forest, he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. It's just a small bet. How about 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Laughed Yuan Batian. All right. With that, Fang Chen turned around and disappeared into the Forest of Swords. Yuan Baishan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he watched Fang Chen's back. The reason he made the bet with Fang Chen was to provoke Fang Chen into going further away. Once he exceeded his limit, he would definitely suffer a backlash from the Forest of Swords. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Senior brother Yuan, there's no way Fang Chen can beat you. That's right. Although we are both fourth-grade swordsmen, Fang Chen is really not as good as you. If Fang Chen goes further than senior apprentice brother Yuan, I'll just kill myself. Many disciples didn't believe that Fang Chen could win this bet. However, as soon as Fang Chen stepped into the sword forest, he sensed an ancient aura. The sword Dao aura is very dense. Fang Chen looked around. The entire sword forest was filled with long swords stabbed into the ground. There were broken swords, and there were also rusty swords. In short, the sword forest was made up of long swords. I wonder what happened here in ancient times. Why would such a strange sword forest be formed? Wondered Fang Chen. After stepping into the sword forest, Fang Chen felt the pressure of the sword qi coming from all directions. These sword qi constantly surrounded his body. Fang Chen took one step at a time. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure increasing. Fortunately, Fang Chen's understanding of the sword Dao was not something an ordinary person could compare with. So in the beginning, Fang Chen's progress was very smooth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a moment, Fang Chen had advanced 5 meters. His speed wasn't affected in the slightest. If the disciples outside knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. It doesn't seem that difficult. Fang Chen thought to himself as he continued forward. 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had covered a distance of 10 meters. At this moment, Fang Chen finally felt the pressure. Moreover, his speed had also slowed down. If I were to cultivate here, I would definitely be able to complete the Tai dispersing sword in the shortest time possible, said Fang Chen. Warriors couldn't stay in the sword forest for too long. So Fang Chen stopped thinking and continued forward. When Fang Chen advanced 20 meters, his whole body was suppressed by the sword qi. He couldn't move forward at all. Damn it. Am I really going to lose? Fang Chen roared unwillingly. In the sword forest, sword chi surged. It was as if one could hear the cries of experts from ancient times. Fang Chen's body seemed to be imprisoned in the air. He couldn't move at all. I've reached my limit. If I continue, I'll definitely suffer a backlash, thought Fang Chen. However, if he gave up just like that, he would completely lose the bet with Yuan Batian. No, I can't lose to Yuan Batian. Suddenly, Fang Chen shouted in his heart. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly. In the next moment, a strange scene happened. The sword chi in the sword forest was constantly being absorbed by the golden heart. Fang Chen instantly felt relaxed. It's the golden heart. Fang Chen felt the changes in his surroundings. He was overjoyed. He immediately took a step forward and continued forward. The golden heart wildly absorbed the sword chi in the sword forest. Fang Chen moved forward with ease. However, Fang Chen didn't notice something. While the golden heart was beating rapidly, the swords that were stuck in the ground of the forest of swords seemed to move. The bodies of the swords were slightly tilted towards Fang Chen, as if they were worshipping him. Unfortunately, Fang Chen didn't notice this subtle movement at all. I wonder what's going on with this golden heart, Fang Chen whispered as he walked. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen felt that his speed had reached an extreme. In a short while, Fang Chen surpassed Yuan Baishan's record. However, Fang Chen still didn't stop. In the sword forest, countless sword chi constantly crowded towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen was moving forward quickly. Finally, after an hour, Fang Chen came to a stop. This was because Fang Chen had reached the end of the sword forest. Reaching the end of the sword forest was something that had never happened in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu. If the disciples in the outside world knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, many disciples in the outside world were puzzled. Fang Chen had entered the sword forest for an hour. Why hadn't he come out yet? It's been an hour. Logically speaking, he should have come out by now. Could he have died in the sword forest? He must be trying to surpass senior brother Yuan. However, he couldn't and was trapped in the sword forest. Mph, trash like him wants to surpass senior brother Yuan? What a joke. Many disciples were discussing. As for Yuan Batian, his face was calm. There was a complicated look in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. However, just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the sword forest. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Fang Chen. Fang Chen is out, a disciple shouted. The other disciples looked at Fang Chen with ridicule. They wanted to know just how many meters Fang Chen had advanced. Fang Chen, I thought you died in the sword forest. Yuan Batian was the first to speak. If you haven't died, how could I have died? Fang Chen retorted. How many meters did you walk? Asked Yuan Batian. Not more, not less. 26 meters. Fang Chen smiled. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yuan Baishan's expression changed. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could advance 26 meters. He had to be lying. You're lying. With your strength, how could you have advanced 26 meters? Yuan Batian coldly said. Fang Chen, don't tell me that you're just spouting nonsense because you're afraid of losing. If you can advance 26 meters, I can definitely advance 30 meters. That's right. Fang Chen, you really have a problem with your character. A loss is a loss. Why would you lie? Mph, I don't want to be associated with such people. Fang Chen, a loss is a loss. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, that's what you owe senior apprentice brother Yuan. Hearing so many disciples defending Yuan Batian, a trace of ridicule appeared on Fang Chen's face. What proof do you have that I haven't reached 26 meters? Everyone was startled. Saying that Fang Chen hadn't reached 26 meters was just their guess. They had no proof. Although we don't have proof, you also can't prove that you've advanced 26 meters, said a disciple. Fang Chen ignored the surrounding disciples. He looked at Yuan Batian and asked, do you also think so? Yuan Batian faintly said, since we've made a bet, then we have to determine a winner. I was careless at the beginning, causing me to be unable to prove your result. After a pause, Yuan Batian continued, every meter there is a long sword stabbed into the ground. And where the long swords are, there are some spirit herbs. I'll go in and take one to prove my result. Then you can go in. Hearing Yuan Batian's words, the disciples all nodded. This was the best method so far. All right. Fang Chen nodded. Yuan Batian quickly entered the forest of swords and came out not long later. When he came out, he was holding a purple spirit herb, the violet soulgrass. This is the violet soulgrass. It can only be found 25 meters away. This should be enough to prove my result. Yuan Batian grinned. Fang Chen didn't say anything and also entered the forest of swords. A moment later, Fang Chen also came out of the forest of swords. But in his hand was a withered grass. Yellow cloud grass. Fang Chen took out the withered grass and said, Senior apprentice brother Yuan, is this a spirit herb from 26 meters away? Asked a disciple. They were weak and hadn't reached 25 meters, so they couldn't see what was going on. So they asked Yuan Batian. When he saw the withered grass in Fang Chen's hand, Yuan Batian's expression sank. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Impossible, cried Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Batian's words, many disciples were shocked. Did Fang Chen really reach 26 meters in the sword forest and surpass Yuan Batian? Thinking of this, they all sucked in a cold breath and looked at Fang Chen. Chapter 103. The Forest of Swords was extremely dangerous. Normal martial artists would not be able to advance much. At first, Yuan Batian could not believe that Fang Chen could advance 26 meters. But when he saw the withered grass in Fang Chen's hand, he was filled with dissatisfaction. Although he was dissatisfied, a loss was a loss in front of everyone. Yuan Batian was not a sore loser. Crash! Yuan Batian took out 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, don't be so smug. The Forest of Swords relies on the feeling of the sword, not strength. If you have the guts, fight me to the death, Yuan Batian said coldly. Fang Chen put away the 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and looked at Yuan Batian as if he was a monster. Is there something wrong with your head? The crowd was stunned, not knowing what Fang Chen was talking about. I'm obviously not as strong as you, and you want me to fight you to the death. Is there something wrong with your head? Fang Chen mocked. He was now at the peak of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm. At most, he could deal with disciples at the early fifth realm. It would be difficult for him to deal with Yuan Batian, who was at the peak of the fifth realm. Therefore, Fang Chen would not fight Yuan Batian to the death at this time. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yuan Batian's face darkened. H, I'll wait for the day we fight to the death. I hope it won't be too far away, Yuan Batian said coldly and turned to leave. After losing the bet, Yuan Batian was furious. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to a low-level Yuan soldier. He felt a little heartache. Mph, Fang Chen, you won't live for long, Yuan Batian thought to himself. After Yuan Batian left the Forest of Swords, Fang Chen also left. Many disciples were whispering among themselves. However, just as Fang Chen left, a disciple came from afar. Fang Chen did not notice this disciple, but this disciple noticed Fang Chen. How could it be him? He Yang's face was full of doubt as he asked. In the Tianguang secret realm, He Yang had met Fang Chen by chance. He was afraid that Fang Chen would ruin his plan, so he wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Chen would have 4 puppets. Not only had he failed to kill Fang Chen, but he had also nearly died in the Skylight secret realm. After that, He Yang realized that the puppet he had obtained with great difficulty had lost its connection to him. He Yang concluded that this matter must have been done by Fang Chen. Therefore, he hated Fang Chen very much, but he didn't know Fang Chen. After returning from the Skylight secret realm, He Yang had been searching for Fang Chen in the intermediate area. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Fang Chen. After that, he stopped searching. However, he didn't expect to meet Fang Chen at this time. Damn it! He Yang roared angrily in his heart, but on the surface, he looked at Fang Chen calmly. Looking at Fang Chen's back, He Yang walked to the front of the sword forest and asked, "What is the name of the disciple who just left?" "Senior brother He Yang, you don't even know him? His name is Fang Chen. He is a new disciple, but he is very arrogant." As soon as he entered the intermediate area, he fought with Long Jun and killed him. When he fought with senior brother Yuan in the sword forest, he also suppressed senior brother Yuan and caused senior brother Yuan to lose 1,000,000 medium spirit stones. This kid is a monster. He has a rank 4 sword Dao talent. Many disciples were talking. Hearing this, He Yang nodded slightly and made a mental note of Fang Chen's name. "Fang Chen, you stole everything from me. I will definitely take it back. Moreover, I will make you suffer." He Yang thought to himself. After killing Yuan Batian, Fang Chen was also very happy. "Yuan Batian, just you wait. One day, I will surpass you." Fang Chen thought to himself. The reason why Fang Chen said that he had advanced 26 meters in the sword forest was to anger Yuan Batian. No more, no less, it was exactly 1 meter more than him. In fact, Fang Chen had already reached the end of the sword forest. If this news were to spread, the shock would be no less than his talent being off the charts. After all, in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, no one had been able to reach the end of the sword forest. Of course, Fang Chen knew that it was all because of the mysterious golden heart. If it wasn't for the golden heart, he definitely wouldn't have reached the end of the sword forest. If Yuan Batian knew that Fang Chen had actually reached the end of the sword forest, he would definitely be shocked. In the following days, Fang Chen would go to the sword forest from time to comprehend. Sometimes, he would also go to the cultivation tower to cultivate. In short, the days passed by quickly. However, Fang Chen's cultivation seemed to have stagnated. He was unable to break through to the Qi transformation 3rd realm. This made Fang Chen feel helpless. Finally, after a lot of research, Fang Chen found out about a kind of elixir that could allow him to break through his bottleneck. The Qi transformation elixir was a low-tier origin-level elixir. Only an alchemy master could refine it. The elixir hall in Kamikaze Kenbu didn't have such an elixir. Fang Chen planned to go to the imperial capital to take a look and also visit the king. Fang Chen packed up his things and left Kamikaze Kenbu. The disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu were relatively free and could go out to train at any time. He entered the Holy Wind mountain range with ease and quickly rushed out of the mountain range. Fang Chen originally wanted to reach the imperial capital as soon as possible, but the world was unpredictable. He didn't expect to meet a group of mounted bandits in the Holy Wind mountain range. There were a total of 10 mounted bandits. Basically, they were all at the Qi transformation 4th realm. In the outside world, they could be considered a rather tyrannical mounted bandit group. "Kid, leave your things behind and we can leave your corpse intact," said the leader of the mounted bandits. Fang Chen frowned slightly and said, "You even dare to rob a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu. TMPH, so what if you're a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu? Even if I kill you, no one will know. So you better cooperate obediently." The leader of the mounted bandits sneered. "Kid, hurry up and hand over your things." "What if I don't cooperate?" asked Fang Chen. "If you don't cooperate, are you courting death?" The leader of the mounted bandits shouted sternly. "You're wrong. You're the ones courting death." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Qingyun sword in his hand suddenly displayed the Tai dispersing sword. After this period of cultivation, Fang Chen's Tai dispersing sword had been cultivated to the 7th level. The 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword was even more tyrannical. Puqiwen Fang Chen displayed the Tai dispersing sword, wherever the sword light passed, the mounted bandits fell into a pool of blood. "Kid, you dare to kill our people? You're courting death," the leader of the mounted bandits said angrily. In an instant, all the mounted bandits joined forces to surround Fang Chen. However, they still underestimated Fang Chen's strength. A month ago, Fang Chen was already able to kill Long Jun, who was at the Qi transformation 4th realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, these mounted bandits were nothing to be afraid of. Pucci with a stab of the sword, a mounted bandit died. In a short while, half of the 10 mounted bandits were dead. D***, they're too tough. Let's go. At this moment, the leader of the mounted bandits realized Fang Chen's tyrannical strength and wanted to escape. However, Fang Chen was not willing to give them the chance. Stay. Fang Chen growled and displayed the Tai dispersing sword. The tyrannical sword force was activated. Suddenly, the sword light filled the sky and pierced the bodies of the mounted bandits. Poochie poochie poochie. In a short while, the mounted bandits, including the leader of the mounted bandits, were all dead. Fang Chen looked at the mounted bandits lying in a pool of blood and shook his head slightly. His principle was that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people offended him, he would retaliate. After killing the mounted bandits, Fang Chen checked the spatial rings of the 10 mounted bandits. He found that there was nothing in the spatial rings of the 9 mounted bandits. They were all worthless items. As for the mounted bandit leader's spatial ring, there was a huge amount of wealth. Fang Chen estimated that there was around 2 million middle-grade spirit stones in there. No wonder you want to be mounted bandits. Money comes too quickly. Fang Chen sighed. Then Fang Chen turned and left. The moment Fang Chen left, a figure appeared from a hidden place. Damn it, how is Fang Chen so strong? He Yang couldn't help cursing. When he had discovered Fang Chen, He Yang had been secretly paying attention to Fang Chen. After learning more about Fang Chen, He Yang found that Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, Fang Chen still had several puppets in his hands. If He Yang wanted to rely on his own strength to kill Fang Chen, there was not the slightest possibility of that happening. It seems I can only rely on others, He Yang sinisterly said, and then disappeared from the Divine Wind mountain range. After leaving the Divine Wind mountain range, Fang Chen quickly rushed back to the imperial capital. By the time he reached the imperial capital, it was already noon. Fang Chen first went to find a merchant association and stated his purpose for coming. He wanted to buy a qi transformation pill. But contrary to Fang Chen's expectations, their merchant association's qi transformation pills had all been purchased yesterday. If he wanted to buy more, he would have to wait for the next batch. Within their merchant association, there was an alchemy grandmaster refining pills. There's no other way. I can only wait, Fang Chen faintly said. Then Fang Chen turned and left. He went to the Hu King's residence. Can I trouble you to announce that Fang Chen requests an audience with the Hu King? Fang Chen said to the guard in front of the Hu King's residence. Wait here. After the guard finished speaking, he went into the mansion to report the matter. A moment later, the guard returned. He nodded to Fang Chen and said, "You can go in." Fang Chen entered the Hu King's residence. After learning that the Hu King was in his study, he went to the study. Uncle Wen. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting when he saw the Hu King once more. Fang Chen, you've come, the Hu King softly said when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen noticed that the Hu King's expression was ugly. It seemed his mood wasn't too good. Furthermore, Fang Chen saw that the Hu King wasn't drinking tea. There wasn't a teacup on the table. Normally, the Hu King liked to drink tea when he was reading. But now he was clearly in a very bad mood. Uncle Wen, what happened? Why is your expression so ugly? Fang Chen worriedly asked. Chapter 104. Hearing the Protector King's sigh, Fang Chen was even more certain that something must have happened. Otherwise, the Protector King would not have reacted this way. Uncle Wen, what exactly happened? Can I help you? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen naturally remembered Duan Muwen's great kindness to him. If not for Duan Muwen, he would not have been able to join the Kamikaze Kenbu. It's a long story. Duan Muwen nodded slightly when he heard this and replied. Then, Duan Muwen began to explain slowly, and Fang Chen listened attentively. After a while, Fang Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. This was what had happened. In one of the prefectures of the Shungfeng nation, an evil organization had appeared. They were killing ordinary people without restraint. This news had shocked the entire royal family. Finally, the royal family had gathered all sorts of detailed information and prepared to send out the younger generation of the various royal manors to eradicate this evil organization and train the younger generation at the same time. The best of the younger generation of the Protector King's manners had joined the 10 Great Sect. Therefore, the remaining disciples in the royal manners were all martial artists who were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 4th realm of the Chi transformation realm. The royal family required that the leader of each royal mansion must be at least at the 5th realm of the Chi transformation realm. This made the Protector King frown. If the Protector King's manners were unable to find a disciple at the 5th realm of the Chi transformation realm, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the other royal manners. The Protector King would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. However, in the royal manners, there were no disciples above the 5th realm of the Chi transformation realm. The Protector King had even sent a message to the disciples of the 10 Great Sect to see if they could rush back. However, the message he received was that it would take at least 10 days for them to rush back. Therefore, this method was not very effective. The other royal manners all have disciples above the 5th realm of the Chi transformation realm? Fang Chen asked. Protector King Duan Muwen nodded slightly and said, "Back then, in order to strengthen the Protector King's manners and train the younger generation, I sent those who were slightly more talented to the 10 Great Sect. Now, those who are left are all disciples who are not very talented. They cannot compare to the other royal manners." Fang Chen nodded slightly. Shortly after, he asked, "When will the imperial family's mission be carried out?" 3 days later, gather at the plaza of the imperial capital. After that, we'll head out to carry out the mission, Duan Muwen said. Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "Uncle Wen, this matter is not as bad as you think." "Oh, Fang Chen, do you have any ideas?" Duan Muwen hurriedly asked. Fang Chen said, "Although my current cultivation level is at the 2nd realm of the Chi transformation realm, my true strength has long since reached the 5th realm. I wonder if I can take the Protector King's place on this mission?" Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Duan Muwen's face was filled with doubt. When he had recommended Fang Chen to join the Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen's cultivation had not yet reached the Chi transformation realm. His true strength was only at the 1st tier of the Chi transformation realm. How long had it been? And Fang Chen was already saying that he had reached the 5th tier of the Chi transformation realm? "Fang Chen, have you really reached the 5th tier of the Chi transformation realm?" Duan Muwen asked. Crash. Fang Chen did not say anything. He used his actions to prove it to Duan Muwen. Suddenly, the Qingyun sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, a monstrous sword aura appeared. Immediately after, the 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword was displayed. A powerful aura shot out from the Qingyun sword. Seeing this, Duan Muwen's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "The aura is strong. Your strength has definitely reached the 5th tier of the Chi transformation realm. Fang Chen, I did not expect you to reach the 5th tier of the Chi transformation realm in such a short time. You're really amazing," Duan Muwen could not help but praise. Fang Chen slowly put away the Qingyun sword and smiled. "Uncle Wen, I hope that I can help you solve your problems." Hearing Fang Chen's words, a knowing smile appeared on Duan Muwen's face. "Good. This time, you will lead the team." Ha ha ha. Duan Muwen was very happy. On this day, the Duanmu Palace was very lively. Duan Muwen had set up a banquet to welcome Fang Chen. Not for anything else, but for Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential. It was worth it to protect the king. After a night of silence, Fang Chen went to the Chamber of Commerce early in the morning to ask about the Qi transformation pill. However, he was told that the Qi transformation pill had not been refined yet. "I wonder if I can meet the alchemy master of your Chamber of Commerce?" Fang Chen asked. The staff member shook his head. "Master Tianhe does not meet strangers." Fang Chen secretly passed some mid-tier spirit stones to the staff member. Then he said, "Help me out." The staff member took the spirit stones and nodded slightly. "I can only let you know. As for whether Master Tianhe will meet you, it is hard to say." After a while, the staff came back with a smile on his face. "You're in luck. Grandmaster Tianhe is resting. You can go in now." The staff member led Fang Chen along a small path and into a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by bamboos. When Fang Chen entered the courtyard, he saw a white-haired old man sitting on a stool in the middle of the courtyard. "Master Tianhe, I have brought him here." After saying that, the staff member turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Master Tianhe. The latter was also sizing him up. After a long while, Master Tianhe spoke. "Do you want to learn alchemy?" asked Master Tianhe. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "Master Tianhe, I came here to ask for a favor. Every day, countless disciples wanted to be apprenticed to Master Tianhe. However, under normal circumstances, Master Tianhe would not accept disciples. Today, Master Tianhe happened to be resting. When the staff member told him, he thought that Fang Chen wanted to learn alchemy. Since he was free, he wanted to see if there were any outstanding warriors. When Master Tianhe saw Fang Chen for the first time, he felt that Fang Chen was a good seedling to learn alchemy. "Oh, I see." Master Tianhe frowned slightly. With Master Tianhe's status in Shengfeng Nation, he would not help at all. However, Fang Chen had piqued his interest. "I need a transforming energy pill. I hope Master Tianhe can help me refine it," said Fang Chen. "If you want a transforming energy pill, just wait in line," said Master Tianhe. Every few days, Master Tianhe would refine a furnace of elixirs for the Chamber of Commerce to sell. The last batch of transforming energy pills had been sold out. However, he would not refine it unless it was time. "Master Tianhe, I have an urgent matter. I can't wait." "I hope Master Tianhe can help me," said Fang Chen hurriedly. Great Master Tian, his face slightly changed, and he said coldly, "It's not up to you to tell me when to refine pills. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a disciple of Divine Windsword Mansion, I wouldn't even bother talking to you." When Fang Chen entered the courtyard, Master Tianhe noticed the symbol on Fang Chen's clothes. He was a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu. "Master Tianhe, if you can help me refine a transforming energy pill, I am willing to pay any price," said Fang Chen, unwilling to give up. "Chimph, you can leave now." Master Tianhe waved his hand and ignored Fang Chen. Seeing Master Tianhe's expression, Fang Chen grinned bitterly and immediately took out a piece of paper. "Master Tianhe, this is an elixir recipe that I accidentally found while exploring a ruin. I have studied it carefully. This elixir recipe should have been passed down from ancient times. If you can help me refine a transforming energy pill, I am willing to give this elixir recipe to you," said Fang Chen slowly while holding the paper. Hearing the words elixir recipe, Master Tianhe, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes slightly and immediately looked at Fang Chen. "The elixir recipe depends on whether it is valuable," said Master Tianhe. As an alchemy master, Master Tianhe did not care about ordinary elixir recipes, unless they were long-lost elixir recipes or elixir recipes passed down from ancient times. Fang Chen handed the elixir recipe to Master Tianhe and let him take a look. Master Tianhe picked up the elixir recipe and looked at it carefully. At first, Master Tianhe's expression was very indifferent, but after looking at it for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. In the end, Master Tianhe's breathing became a little rapid. After a long while, Master Tianhe's eyes were full of passion. He held the elixir recipe in his hand and said excitedly, "If my guess is right, this elixir recipe is definitely passed down from ancient times." "Master Tianhe, what about the elixir recipe?" asked Fang Chen. "Okay, no problem. I will refine the elixir for you now." Master Tianhe readily agreed and let Fang Chen watch him refine the elixir. Fang Chen nodded slightly with a smile on his face. In fact, this elixir recipe was not obtained from the ruin as he said, but from the Scarlet Skeleton. After all, the Yellow Spring sect was very prosperous back then and must have collected a lot of elixir recipes. Fang Chen just asked casually and the Scarlet Skeleton took out such an elixir recipe. At first, Fang Chen was not sure whether this elixir recipe could move Master Tianhe. Now it seemed that this elixir recipe was much more attractive than he thought. Master Tianhe put away the elixir recipe and began refining the elixir in front of Fang Chen without saying a word. "Tell everyone that I will be refining elixir in seclusion for the next 2 days. No one is to disturb me," Master Tianhe ordered his servant. After everything was arranged, Master Tianhe began refining the elixir while Fang Chen watched in the courtyard. Although the process of refining the elixir was not slow, it was not fast either. Fang Chen watched Master Tianhe refining the elixir. From time to time, Master Tianhe would enter a state of epiphany, which made Fang Chen very happy. The great Tao is simple. All paths lead to the same destination. Even though the Tao of alchemy is different from the Tao of martial arts, there are still similarities between them, Fang Chen thought to himself. If he could often watch Master Tianhe refining elixir, his cultivation might be faster. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Since Master Tianhe was refining elixir in batches, it took a long time. During this time, Fang Chen had been waiting. What Fang Chen did not know was that the outside world was in an uproar because Master Tianhe was refining elixir in seclusion. In the past, Master Tianhe had a rule. When he was refining elixir, he would allow a warrior to watch. Whoever paid the most spirit stones could watch. At this time, there were many warriors in the Chamber of Commerce. Their faces were full of anger. I paid the most spirit stones. Why can't I go in when Master Tianhe is refining elixir? A man with a ferocious face asked coldly. Someone is already watching Master Tianhe refining elixir. You can't go in, the staff said. Why is there no registration if someone went in? The rule was set by you. Now you don't follow the rule. What is the meaning of this? Master Tianhe once said that whoever pays the most spirit stones can watch him refine elixir. Why is it not allowed this time? There must be a conspiracy. Chapter 105. In the Chamber of Commerce, a group of people were making a fuss. They thought that there must be a conspiracy behind this. They were not convinced. The warriors who could come here to spend spirit stones to watch Master Tianhe refine pills were either rich or noble. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them at all. They didn't listen to the staff's explanation. In the end, they didn't listen to the staff's advice and forced their way to Master Tianhe's courtyard. The staff wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. At this time, in Master Tianhe's courtyard, Fang Chen was watching Master Tianhe refine pills. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Then, Fang Chen found that Master Tianhe was forming a complicated seal. The next moment, the medicine cauldron was opened. Master Tianhe waved his hand gently, and suddenly, a large number of pills appeared in front of him. Crash! These pills were all put into a bottle by Master Tianhe. Is the refining done? Fang Chen asked. Yes, it's done. There are a total of 100 pills. After Master Tianhe finished speaking, he walked to Fang Chen and handed the bottle to Fang Chen. The pill formula you gave me is too precious. Once the pills are refined, it will definitely cause a sensation in the alchemy world of the entire Shengfeng nation. These 100 pills are for you. Master Tianhe said. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't know much about alchemy, so he didn't know how precious the pill formula given by the bloody skeleton was. Well, Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, Fang Chen, you don't have to refuse. I have something to tell you. Master Tianhe stopped Fang Chen and said with a smile. Just as Master Tianhe was about to speak, there was a sudden noise outside the courtyard. Master Tianhe raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure between his eyebrows. Bang! The gate of the courtyard was opened, and a group of people squeezed into Master Tianhe's courtyard. I'm sorry, Master Tianhe. They insisted on coming in. I couldn't stop them. The staff said aggrievedly. Master Tianhe nodded slightly and said, It's not your fault. Master Tianhe, we are all abiding by your rules. Why can this kid come here to watch you refine pills? On the contrary, we who bid so much can't watch. Someone asked. Yes, Master Tianhe, we want an explanation. Master Tianhe snorted and said, although the previous rules were set by me, this pill refining is not a public matter. Of Master Tianhe. Since Great Master Tianhe had explained, they didn't dare to pester him anymore. They just glared at Fang Chen was refining. Master Tianhe, I wonder if you can sell me some qi transforming pills. I've been waiting in line, someone said. Great Master Tianhe said, I have just given all the refined qi transformation pills to this little brother. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't dare to be angry with Master Tianhe, but they dared to be angry with Fang Chen. Damn it! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but curse. However, they didn't dare to be angry in front of Master Tianhe. In the end, they left helplessly. After everyone left, Master Tianhe and Fang Chen sat on the stone bench together. Master Tianhe smiled and said, "Fang Chen, do you have a similar pill formula?" Fang Chen was a little confused. But when Master Tianhe saw Fang Chen's puzzled expression, he hurriedly explained, "You provide the pill formula, and I refine the pill. We share the profits. With the pill formula you provided, once the pill is refined, it will definitely attract the entire pill industry of the Shengfeng nation. The wealth will definitely be beyond your imagination," Master Tianhe added. Fang Chen nodded. It turned out that Master Tianhe was interested in his pill formula. Although the Heavenly Pill Hall occupies a place in the pill industry of the Shengfeng nation, the competition in this industry is too fierce. "If we don't have good pills, we can't survive at all," Master Tianhe said. "Your pill formula gives me hope for the Heavenly Pill Hall to rise again." Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "I do have another pill formula. I wonder how much profit Master Tianhe can give me." 50%. "How about we split it 50-50? Master Tianhe asked. "Don't underestimate this 50%. The profit will definitely be beyond your imagination," Master Tianhe added. Fang Chen thought carefully and then said, "Okay, deal." On the path of martial arts, cultivation would require a lot of spiritual stones. Therefore, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't let go of a way to make money. Anyway, the pill formula was provided by the bloody skeleton. He didn't have to do anything and could enjoy 50% of the profit. "Ha ha ha, okay. From now on, you will be a consecrator of the Heavenly Pill Hall," Master Tianhe said. After that, Fang Chen gave the other pill formula to Master Tianhe and then left. After Fang Chen returned to the Lord Hu King's residence, he said goodbye to the Lord Hu King and went into seclusion. Tomorrow was the day to carry out the mission, so he had to break through to the third LV of the Qi transformation realm today. Half a day later, Fang Chen successfully broke through to the third LV of the Qi transformation realm after swallowing the Qi transformation pill. After reaching the third LV of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen's strength was even more powerful. While Fang Chen was cultivating, Master Tianhe also began to get busy. He issued a series of orders and had all the staff go out to buy materials. The next day, which was also the day of departure, the Lord Hu King, Duan Muwen, found Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, let's go. I will take you to the imperial capital square," the Lord Hu King said. Behind the Lord Hu King were 5 disciples. Among the 5 disciples, the strongest was only at the 4th LV of the Qi transformation realm. They had already heard about Fang Chen's strength from the Lord Hu King and were very respectful of Fang Chen. "This time, we will send 6 people from the Lord Hu King's residence. When we reach the mission location, you have to take care of the 5 of them," the Lord Hu King said on the way. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. After a while, the group arrived at the square. At this time, the square was packed. The disciples of the various Lord Hu King's residences had all arrived at the square. Even the royal family had sent a prince to participate in this mission. When the Lord Hu King arrived, some of the lords who were on good terms with the Lord Hu King greeted him. Of course, there were also some lords who were enemies of the Lord Hu King. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. After everyone had arrived, the martial artist in charge of this mission from the royal family appeared at the front of the square. "Everyone, I believe you know that this mission location is in the Golden Creek County. This time, the 8th prince, who is at the 8th LV of the Qi transformation realm, will be leading you there. First, it is to exterminate the rebels. Second, it is to train you," the martial artist said loudly. "During the mission, you must obey the 8th prince's orders." Everyone nodded. In the Shengfeng nation, there were many lords. Each Lord Hu King's residence sent 5 or 6 people. In total, there were more than 100 people. Next, it was the 8th prince's turn to speak. The 8th prince was very young, but his aura was very strong. "Everyone, you are all disciples of the various Lord Hu King's residences. Normally, you are the ones giving orders. But this time, I hope that you can cooperate with me to exterminate the rebels." Many people responded to the 8th prince's words. It seemed that the 8th prince was very popular in the imperial capital. Fang Chen looked around. Among the 100 people, most of them were at the 5th LV of the Qi transformation realm and above. Only a few were below the 5th LV. Besides the 8th prince, who was the strongest, the rest were only at the 7th LV of the Qi transformation realm. "All right, the 8th prince will tell you the details of the mission in the Golden Creek County. Now, let's go." With a loud roar, the 8th prince led the 100 disciples down the streets of the imperial capital in an orderly fashion, attracting countless onlookers. Chapter 106. The Golden Creek County was very far from the imperial city. It would take at least 3 days to get there. A day after Fang Chen and the rest left, Grandmaster Tian, his wild laughter could be heard from a hidden courtyard in the Heavenly Pill Palace. At this time, in a hidden courtyard, Great Master Tianhe was holding a green pill in his hand. His face was full of excitement. "It's a success. It's a success. Grandmaster Tian," he said excitedly. This was the first pill that Fang Chen had given him. It was called the Spirit Tempering Pill. It was a very precious pill that could refine a warrior's soul. He was well aware of the value of the elixir refined by Grandmaster Tianhe. Once the elixir was put on sale, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. In the following days, Great Master Tianhe began to refine another pill according to the pill formula. It took him an entire day before he finally succeeded in refining another pill. With the experience of refining, Master Tianhe began to refine. After another day, Master Tianhe's batch refining was finally successful. The first batch consisted of 100 spirit tempering pills and 100 spirit concentrating pills. The spirit tempering pill can refine a warrior's soul below the 6th level of the Qi realm. The spirit concentrating pill is of a higher level and can refine a warrior's soul above the 6th level of the Qi realm. Grandmaster Tian, he looked at the pills in his hand and laughed. Next, it was time to sell the pills to the public. The spirit tempering pill was a low-tier yuan level pill. It was priced at 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit concentrating pill was a mid-tier yuan level pill. It was priced at 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When the Heavenly Pill Palace put these two pills up for sale, the entire alchemy world was shocked. "Have you heard? Grandmaster Tian He from the Heavenly Pill Palace recently developed 2 pills that can refine a person's soul." "What? There are pills that can refine a person's soul? Let's go take a look." The spirit tempering pill and the spirit concentrating pill can refine a Qi realm warrior's soul. It's not expensive either. Let's see how effective it is. After a series of announcements by the Heavenly Pill Palace, all the warriors in the Imperial City knew that the Heavenly Pill Palace had developed 2 pills that could refine a person's soul. The soul was the weakest part of a warrior's body. It was very difficult to obtain a soul cultivation method. Even if ordinary martial artists had enough spirit stones, they wouldn't be able to purchase a soul cultivation method. At this time, the medicinal effects of the soul condensing pill and the soul tempering pill directly attracted a large number of martial artists. After a few days of fermenting, the entire alchemy world was shaken 3 days later. All the martial artists believed that the effects of the soul condensing pill and the soul tempering pill were very good. They lined up in front of the Heavenly Pill Palace to buy them. However, because it was the first batch, Master Tianhe only refined 100 pills each. In just 2 hours, all 200 pills were sold out. The entire Heavenly Pill Hall was still bustling with activity. "Are there any more soul concentrating pills? I want 10. I want 100 soul concentrating pills. The effect of the soul tempering pill is too good, I need it." In the Heavenly Pill Palace, such shouts could be heard everywhere. The staff members were also very happy to see such a bustling scene. However, there were no more pills left. In the end, they had no choice but to invite Grandmaster Tianhe to show up. "Everyone, please be quiet." After Master Tianhe appeared, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Since these 2 pills are newly developed by us, the first batch of pills produced is limited. But don't worry, we have begun to refine the second batch urgently. If nothing goes wrong, The second batch of pills will be available in 3 days. When they heard what Grandmaster Tianhe said, many of the martial artists cheered. Some of them even paid a deposit in advance. Just as Grandmaster Tianhe said, the Heavenly Pill Palace released some more pills 3 days later. However, the number of pills this time was much higher than the first batch. There were 500 pills for each type. However, in less than 2 hours after they were released, they were all sold out. This speed shocked the staff members. Even so, there were still martial artists waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Pill Palace, hoping that they would be able to buy the next batch of pills. In just a few days, the spiritual stones that the Heavenly Pill Palace earned had exceeded everyone's imagination. Because of these 2 pills, the Heavenly Pill Palace had started to dominate the alchemy world. Looking at the powerful Heavenly Pill Palace, some of the other forces in the alchemy world felt helpless. In the imperial capital, there was a tall pavilion that reached the clouds. This pavilion was very famous in the imperial capital, as it was called the Elixir Pavilion. The Elixir Pavilion was an alchemy organization in the Divine Wind Nation. This organization was much more powerful than the Heavenly Pill Palace. In the past, the Heavenly Pill Palace had only occupied a small portion of the Divine Wind Nation's alchemy market. If it were not for Grandmaster Tianhe, they would not have been able to survive in the Divine Wind Nation's alchemy market. The Elixir Pavilion had never taken the Heavenly Pill Palace seriously. However, the Elixir Pavilion had no choice but to take the Heavenly Pill Palace seriously now. The Elixir Pavilion had even called for a high-level meeting. At the top floor of the Elixir Pavilion, other than the high-level members of the Elixir Pavilion, no one else could enter. In the meeting hall, many high-level members of the Elixir Pavilion were sitting. Even the pavilion master of the Elixir Pavilion was alarmed. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very solemn. The pavilion master of the Elixir Pavilion was the first to speak. His face was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Who can tell me what is going on? How can the Heavenly Pill Palace steal our business?" Hearing the pavilion master's words, one of the elders said, "Pavilion master, the Heavenly Pill Palace has recently developed 2 types of soul-tempering pills. The prices are not considered expensive. Once they were put on sale, they were sold out immediately. Because of these 2 types of pills, they quickly occupied the alchemy market." That's right. Now, in the Heavenly Pill Palace, there is a sea of people waiting in line for the pills every day. Even some of our long-term customers have gone to the Heavenly Pill Palace, said another elder. "What kind of pills are they? Why are they so attractive?" asked the pavilion master. At this moment, an elder handed 2 pills to the pavilion master and said, "These 2 pills. The one on the left is called the Soul Concentrating Pill, and the one on the right is called the Soul Tempering Pill." The pavilion master picked up the 2 pills and carefully observed them. At first, he did not think much of them. However, after carefully observing them, his face was filled with shock. "How could the Heavenly Pill Palace develop such pills?" exclaimed the pavilion master. Although he had never tried them before, with his eyesight, he could see that these 2 pills were not simple. "Pavilion master, what should we do now?" asked one of the elders. "They have soul-tempering pills, but so do we. Increase our production. Even if we lose money, we have to take back our business," said the pavilion master. The imperial capital was in an uproar because of Fang Chen's 2 pill formulas. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he followed a large group of people to the Golden Creek Prefecture. After arriving, the 8th prince said that he wanted to understand the situation first. It just so happened that before they entered the city, they encountered a human martial artist covered in injuries. They walked over and started asking questions. "Brother, I am a prince of the imperial family. We are here to help you. Can you tell us about the current situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture?" asked the 8th prince with a smile. Hearing the 8th prince's words, the martial artist's face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He immediately said, "Recently, a group of rebels appeared out of nowhere in the Golden Creek Prefecture. They are tyrannical and are constantly killing civilians. The entire Golden Creek Prefecture is in chaos. If you didn't come, we wouldn't have been able to survive. Aside from Golden Creek City, has everyone else fallen?" asked the 8th prince. The martial artist nodded and said, They haven't attacked Golden Creek City yet. Once they come, Golden Creek City will definitely fall. At that time, the entire Golden Creek Prefecture will fall. After a while, the 8th prince learned more about the situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture and began speaking. Everyone, the situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture is not optimistic. However, according to the information we received, the strongest person among the rebels is only at the Chi transformation 7th realm. Therefore, we still have the advantage, said the 8th prince. There are a total of 10 cities in the Golden Creek Prefecture. We have more than 100 people here. Next, I will divide you into 10 groups and go rescue the 10 cities, added the 8th prince. Immediately, the 8th prince began to divide the groups. After a while, the groups were divided. In Fang Chen's group, other than the few people from the Protector King's palace, there were 4 people from the Heaven Fiend Palace. When they found out that Fang Chen would be carrying out a mission with the Heaven Fiend Palace, one of the disciples whispered to him, "Brother Fang Chen, you have to be careful of the Heaven Fiend Palace's disciples. They have a grudge with our Protector King's palace." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. From the corner of his eye, he sized up the 4 people from the Heaven Fiend Palace and found that they were filled with a murderous aura. "All right, everyone is divided. Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful not to hurt the civilians," said the 8th prince. "I will wait for your good news in Golden Creek City." Under the 8th prince's command, the 10 groups began to move. The target of Fang Chen's group was a city called Skycliff City. This city was at the border of the Golden Creek Prefecture and bordered another country. The Golden Creek Prefecture was at the border of the Shungfeng country, and Skycliff City was at the border of the Golden Creek Prefecture. Because this city was at the border of the 2 countries, it was often mixed with good people and bad people. However, Fang Chen did not care about this and quickly headed towards Skycliff City. HMPH, how unlucky. Why are we with the Protector King's palace? Yeah, the Protector King's palace doesn't even have a 5th realm disciple. They will definitely drag us down. Not only do they not have a 5th realm disciple, but they also have a 3rd realm disciple. Are they looking for death? Do they think this is a game? Why do you care so much? The overall strength of the rebels is not strong. With the strength of the 4 of us, it is enough to destroy the rebels and take back the city, said the last disciple of the Sky Fiend Palace coldly. Other than the weakest disciple of the Sky Fiend Palace who was at the 5th realm, the other 3 disciples were at the 6th realm. They already had a grudge against the Protector King's palace. Now that they saw the weak disciples of the Protector King's palace, they looked down on them even more. Let me tell you first. During the battle, we will not care about your life or death. You better not drag us down, said one of the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace coldly. We of the Protector King's palace will not drag you down. One of the disciples of the Protector King's palace could not stand the mockery of the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace and retorted. His retaliation angered the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace. However, at this moment, they were stopped by Fang Chen. We are here to complete a mission, not to quarrel. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 107. The rebels that had appeared in the Golden Creek County were organized and premeditated. Based on the information he had gathered, Fang Chen felt that their goal wasn't to occupy the Golden Creek County, but something else. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. In the Skycliff City, all the martialists had fled. Only the weak commoners were left. They had been chased to the public square by the rebels. Kill them all at noon, the leader of the rebels ordered. Boss, we have received news that the Divine Wind Nation has already sent some martialists to the Golden Creek County. It is exactly as the higher-ups have guessed. They have sent some disciples from the royal palaces, the subordinate said softly. According to the information, there is already a team of 10 people heading towards the Skycliff City. As long as they dare to come, we will make sure they do not return, the leader of the rebels said coldly. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. At this time, Fang Chen and the others appeared in the vicinity of the Skycliff City. The Skycliff City is right in front of us, Fang Chen said softly as he stopped in his tracks. Let's charge in directly, one of the disciples from the Sky Fiend Palace said. The other 3 disciples nodded. Fang Chen wanted to stop them, but they didn't listen to Fang Chen's advice. We still haven't figured out the situation inside. It is very dangerous to charge in without permission. If you are afraid of danger, then don't follow us in. The disciples from the Sky Fiend Palace sneered. Then, the 4 of them rushed into the Sky Cliff City. As the 4 of them disappeared into the distance, the disciple from the royal palace asked, "Brother Fang Chen, what should we do now?" "Let's find a higher place to observe the situation in the Sky Cliff City," Fang Chen said. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace had charged into the Sky Cliff City without any scruples. When they saw the rebels massacring the commoners, they roared angrily. "Rebels, your time of death has come." With a roar, the 4 disciples began to fight with the rebels. When the leader of the rebels saw the 4 of them, his face changed slightly. He said sinisterly, "Ignorant. Kill them." As soon as the rebel finished speaking, countless rebels appeared from every corner of the city. Although these rebels were not very strong, there were too many of them. Bang bang bang. In just a short while, the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend King Palace were unable to hold on any longer. "Boss, if this continues, we're all going to die here," someone asked. "Charge out," the boss said in a deep voice. He regretted it now. If he had known this would happen, they would have listened to Fang Chen's advice. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. "You want to leave?" The bandit leader sneered when he saw the 4 of them trying to escape. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 disciples were captured by the rebels. "These 4 people are disciples of the Heaven Fiend Mansion. Lock them up properly," the rebel leader said. When the 4 disciples were captured, their faces were pale. When they came out, they swore that they would be able to complete the mission. But when they arrived at Skycliff City, they were captured by the rebels. "Damn it. It's all because of the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. If they had come, we wouldn't have been captured." The 4 disciples vented their anger on the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. They hated the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. If they had the chance, they would have killed all of them. At the moment, Fang Chen was standing on a mountain peak outside Skycliff City. He could clearly see everything that was happening there. As expected, Fang Chen pondered and said, "There are too many of them. If we go there rashly, we will definitely alert them. The 4 of them have been captured. What should we do?" asked the disciple of the Hu King's mansion. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "Allow me to think about it." Although the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend King Palace did not force the rebel leader to make a move, Fang Chen could guess that the rebel leader's cultivation was not too high. At most, he was in the Qi transformation's 6th realm. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, night had arrived. At this moment, in Golden Creek City, the 8th prince, who was overseeing Golden Creek City, was constantly receiving urgent reports. Damn it! After the 8th prince heard the report, his face was full of dignified expression. He was very clear about the imperial family's intelligence agency. The intelligence agency had investigated in detail and said that the rebels in Golden Creek City were not too strong. Therefore, the disciples of the various kings' mansions were allowed to go and train. But now, the situation was completely different from what the intelligence report had said. In just half a day, the news that he had received was that 5 groups had been wiped out. This made the 8th prince even angrier. However, he could only be anxious. There was nothing he could do. He could only wait. If the losses were too severe, he would ask the imperial family to send troops. At night, Skycliff City was pitch black. There was not a single person on the streets. Suddenly, a black figure appeared on the quiet street. This black figure looked around and confirmed that there was no one around before quickly disappearing into the darkness. Fang Chen pondered for an entire afternoon and finally came up with a plan. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. The first thing he had to do was to rescue the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Mansion and then take back the city. In order to achieve this goal, he had to capture the leader of the rebels. With the 4 captains, Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to silently capture the leader of the rebels. After much difficulty, Fang Chen found a place to sneak into Heavenly Cliff City. Then, he quickly headed for the location of the rebels. The leader of the rebels lived in the city lord's mansion. Fang Chen had already figured out the situation in the city lord's mansion. There were no guards at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Fang Chen easily entered the city lord's mansion. After entering, Fang Chen began to look for the leader of the rebels. In a short while, Fang Chen found the leader of the rebels. I have to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, I will alert the enemy. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen secretly released the 4 captains. In this period of time, Captain Tian Hong had also begun to practice the combined attack formation. When the 4 captains worked together to set up the formation, even a martial artist of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm would not be able to break it. Set up the formation. Fang Chen growled. Immediately, the 4 captains worked together to set up the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation was completed. When the formation was completed, the 4 captains each stood in a corner and maintained the formation. Fang Chen silently entered the formation. This formation was huge and covered an entire pavilion. When Fang Chen entered the formation, the rebels were finally alerted. Who is it? The leader of the rebels asked in a low voice. Fang Chen knew that he had been discovered. He simply said, "You have been trapped in my formation. Be a good boy and surrender." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the rebel tried to sense it. His expression changed. What kind of formation was this? Why couldn't he sense it at all? You're asking for it. The rebel was furious. He unleashed a fierce attack and began to attack Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen was familiar with the formation, he was able to easily dodge the rebel's attacks. Moreover, Fang Chen's prediction was correct. The rebel's cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Bang, bang, bang. In this period of time, Fang Chen dodged the rebel's attacks while using the Tai diffraction sword to attack the rebel. Damn it. What kind of formation is this? The rebel was trapped in the formation. It was impossible for him to inform his subordinates. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Unfortunately, Fang Chen could come and go without a trace in the formation. He couldn't attack him at all. After attacking for a while, Fang Chen felt that it was about time. He said in a low voice, "All of you, come in." Crash. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the 4 captains entered the formation and began to attack fiercely. They began to surround the rebel leader. Back at the Azure Edge Sword Sect, the 3 captains were able to trap a martial artist at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm when they worked together. After a while, the rebel leader was finally stopped by the 4 captains. After capturing the rebel leader, the first thing Fang Chen did was to cripple the rebel leader's cultivation level. Then, he had the 4 captains remove the formation. Pass down the order. Have them bring the 4 martial artists they captured during the day here, Fang Chen said coldly. The rebel leader had no choice but to follow Fang Chen's orders. After a while, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace were brought to the pavilion. Then, the rebel leader ordered his subordinates to leave. Why is it you? When the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace entered the pavilion, they were shocked to see Fang Chen sitting beside the rebel leader. Damn it. The Sky Fiend Palace colluded with the enemy, one of the disciples said. Do you want to die? It wasn't easy for me to subdue the rebel leader and force him to release you, Fang Chen said coldly. What? You subdued the rebel leader? The disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace asked curiously. In the end, they realized that the rebel leader had lost his cultivation level and finally believed Fang Chen's words. Fang Chen, what should we do next? The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace asked. Although they hated Fang Chen, they still had to listen to Fang Chen. They had to leave this place first. The situation in Skycliff City is beyond our expectations. With our strength, we won't be able to take over the city. Therefore, we need to retreat, Fang Chen said. Okay, we'll listen to you. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace instantly reached a consensus and listened to Fang Chen. After a while, the rebel leader led Fang Chen and the rest out of the Skycliff City Lord's mansion. Bring us out of Skycliff City, Fang Chen said coldly. The rebel leader's cultivation level had been crippled, so he could only submit. When they reached the city gates, the guard asked, Leader, why are you going out so late? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and open the gates, the rebel leader said coldly. Okay. The guard didn't ask any more questions and directly opened the gates. The rebel leader and the rest calmly left Skycliff City. When they were far away from Skycliff City, the people from the Skycliff City met up with Fang Chen and the rest. Escort him back to Golden Creek City, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace nodded. However, a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. Chapter 108. Golden Creek City, within the governor's mansion. The 8th prince was in charge of the governor's mansion, but his heart was burning with anxiety. 9 groups have failed. There is only 1 group left. I have already made a request to the imperial family. They will send troops over as soon as possible, the 8th prince said in a low voice. He, the 8th prince, had vowed that he would be able to eliminate the rebels and restore peace to the Golden Creek region. But now, in just a few days, 9 out of 10 groups had already failed. There was only 1 group left, and the 8th prince felt extremely humiliated. This matter would affect his position among the princes. But there was nothing he could do now. I wonder what happened to the last group, the 8th prince said softly. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others in the last group were escorting the leader of the rebels and rushing towards the Golden Creek City. After a night of walking, they finally passed through a mountain range. Once they were out of the mountain range, they would be able to see the Golden Creek City. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others were walking in front, while the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace followed behind them. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend King Mansion looked at each other and nodded their heads. In the next moment, the 4 disciples suddenly launched a powerful attack. The 4 people's attacks all gathered on Fang Chen's body. Rumble, with a loud sound, Fang Chen was caught off guard and was sent flying by the combined attacks of the 4 disciples. Cough cough. Fang Chen fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The 5 disciples of the Protector King's mansion reacted instantly. Their faces were filled with anger, and they wanted to speak, but it was too late. Kill them all. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace said coldly. Immediately, the 4 of them exploded with tyrannical strength. 3 disciples of the 6th level of the Qi Transformation Realm and 1 disciple of the 5th level of the Qi Transformation Realm killed the 5 disciples of the Protector King's mansion in an instant. I hate you. The disciples of the Protector King's mansion were furious before they died. They did not expect that there would be a traitor among them. Crack. When the last disciple of the Protector King's mansion was killed, they turned to look at Fang Chen's body. They wanted to confirm whether or not Fang Chen was dead. However, to their surprise, there was not even a shadow on the ground. There was only some blood. Damn it, he can't have escaped far. Let's chase after him. The 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said sternly. One of the disciples guarded the rebel leader while the other 3 chased after Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. However, he was severely injured and had no way of fighting against the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Mansion. Even if he released the 4 captains, they might not be a match for them. Hence, Fang Chen decisively chose to escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Although Fang Chen was injured, his speed was very fast. In a short while, he had escaped far away. However, Fang Chen did not relax and continued to move forward quickly. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace were chasing after him. He increased his speed again. However, at that moment, Fang Chen discovered that a valley had appeared in front of him. This valley was filled with demonic beasts. Run! Fang Chen did not hesitate and rushed into the valley. Suddenly, the demonic beasts roared in the valley. When the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace arrived, they discovered that the demonic beasts were enraged. Fang Chen has entered the valley. One of the disciples said. That must be it. He must have angered the demonic beasts. He must have been killed by them. Should we go in and take a look? In the end, the 3 disciples chose to leave because they discovered that there were Qi Transformation 7th Realm demonic beasts in the valley. They felt a sense of danger. Fang Chen has entered the valley. He will definitely die. The disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said. When they returned, they met up with another disciple and escorted the leader of the rebels back to Golden Creek City. When the 8th prince found out that the 4 of them had returned to Golden Creek City, he personally came to welcome them. 8th prince, the information was wrong. The strength of the rebels in Skycliff City exceeded our expectations. However, we still managed to capture the leader of the rebels. The disciple of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said. Hearing this, the 8th prince's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Good, very good. I did not expect you to actually capture the leader of the rebels. The 8th prince's face was full of smiles. When we return to the imperial capital, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The 8th prince said. Out of the 10 groups, 9 had been destroyed. Only their group had not been destroyed and had even captured the leader of the rebels. This made the 8th prince very happy. The 8th prince did not even ask about the situation of the others. He only praised the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace. 3 days after receiving the news from the 8th prince, the imperial family of Shungfeng country sent an army to Golden Creek County. The first thing they did when they arrived at Golden Creek County was to exterminate the rebels. The strength of the army was too strong. Everywhere they went, the rebels in the cities were all killed. In just 1 day's time, all 10 cities had been taken back. The rebels this time had infuriated the royal family. Therefore, the experts that were sent out this time were very tyrannical. The only regrettable thing was that some of the disciples of the various royal palaces were completely annihilated. The imperial family had successfully taken control of Golden Creek County. The 8th prince returned to the imperial capital under the protection of many guards. At this moment, at the border between Shungfeng country and another country, there was a thatched cottage in a dark forest. Outside the thatched cottage, a man with disheveled hair was sitting cross-legged. Boss, Golden Creek County is under the control of the imperial family. Our men are all dead. A subordinate reminded him in a low voice. The man with disheveled hair nodded slightly and said in a hoarse voice, Our current strength is not enough to fight against the imperial family. It is merely Golden Creek County. Our goal was never Golden Creek County in the first place. After saying that, the man with disheveled hair turned around and looked behind the thatched cottage. There were dozens of young cultivators in the open space behind the thatched cottage. They were the disciples of the various royal palaces who had followed the 8th prince here. With these hostages, we can negotiate with those so-called royal palaces. The man with disheveled hair laughed sinisterly. Everything in Golden Creek County was a conspiracy. The reason why they showed weakness was to make the imperial family lower their guard. This way, they would be able to capture so many young disciples. After the imperial family took control of Golden Creek County, the Ironblood Legion protected Golden Creek County. The commoners of Golden Creek County cheered. In a valley not far from Golden Creek City, Fang Chen was lying on a large rock with injuries all over his body. He had almost died. Damn it. Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. After a few days of recovery, he could finally move his body. However, he still couldn't stand up. That day, Fang Chen resolutely entered the valley. Facing countless demonic beasts, Fang Chen was lucky. He found a very tall rock that was almost hanging in the air. Fang Chen asked the 4 captains to bring him to the rock. Although the demonic beasts in the valley were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. Bastards of the Sky Fiend Royal Palace, I will not let you off. Fang Chen said coldly. What followed was a long period of recovery. After a month, Fang Chen's injuries had completely healed. After tossing and turning, he finally returned to the imperial capital. The first thing Fang Chen did when he returned to the imperial capital was to find the Heavenly Pill Hall. In a hidden courtyard in the Heavenly Pill Hall, Grandmaster Tianhe was chatting with Fang Chen. Brother Fang, where have you been these days? I couldn't find you even if I wanted to. Grandmaster Tianhe's face was full of smiles. In more than a month, the Heavenly Pill Hall had successfully occupied the elixir market in the Divine Wind Nation. Even the elixir dispensary was helpless. Although the elixir dispensary had also launched a soul-tempering elixir, it was nothing compared to the 2 elixirs from the Heavenly Pill Hall. In the end, People still bought the elixirs from the Heavenly Pill Hall crazily and neglected the elixirs from the elixir dispensary. As a result, the elixir dispensary lost a lot of money. In the end, the higher-ups of the elixir dispensary made a decision to cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Hall. It wasn't just the elixir dispensary. Some other elixir organizations also sent their higher-ups to contact the Heavenly Pill Hall. In the end, a few elixir organizations reached an agreement and decided to cooperate. The Heavenly Pill Hall could provide 2 types of elixirs to the elixir dispensary and the other elixir organizations, but the profits had to be split in half. Although the Heavenly Pill Hall demanded an exorbitant price, the elixir dispensary and the other organizations had no choice but to agree. Because of the 2 types of soul-tempering elixirs, the Heavenly Pill Hall had already surpassed the elixir dispensary and become the strongest organization in the Divine Wind Nation's elixir industry. If Fang Chen had said this to Grandmaster Tianhe more than a month ago, Grandmaster Tianhe wouldn't have believed him. But now, everything had become a reality. "How's the elixir sales?" Fang Chen asked. "The sales of the soul-tempering pills and soul-concentrating pills are very high, and the supply can't meet the demand. In just 1 month, we've earned more spirit stones than we've earned in the past year. The entire elixir industry has gone crazy. Even a big force like the Elixir Pavilion has come to cooperate with us." Master Tianhe grinned. Then, Grandmaster Tianhe handed Fang Chen a space ring. "We agreed to split the profits 50-50. These are the spiritual stones that you deserve," Grandmaster Tianhe said. Fang Chen opened the space ring and casually checked its contents. He was instantly shocked. There were a total of 1 billion spiritual stones inside. Moreover, they were all spiritual stones of medium grade. "How can there be so many?" Fang Chen was shocked. "These 2 types of elixirs are too popular. The profits during this time are too high." Grandmaster Tianhe explained the current situation of the Divine Wind Nation's elixir market to Fang Chen. Fang Chen finally understood. "So that's how it is." Fang Chen put away the spiritual stones. 1 billion spiritual stones. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to see that many spiritual stones in their lifetime. Chapter 109. Fang Chen was also shocked by the amount of medium spiritual stones. Even if it was converted to upper spiritual stones, it would be equivalent to 10 million. In the imperial capital, this was considered a huge sum. After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen calmed down. It was obvious that he had underestimated the spending power of martial artists. "Brother Fang, these 2 elixir formulas of yours have allowed the Heavenly Elixir Hall to make a huge profit." Master Tianhe was very respectful towards Fang Chen. Although he was an alchemy master, he did not put on any airs in front of Fang Chen. He knew how terrifying this young man was. Master Tianhe was also afraid of offending Fang Chen. If he offended Fang Chen could give up on cooperating with the Heavenly Elixir Hall and work with other elixir organizations like the Elixir Dispensary. If that happened, the advantage that the Heavenly Elixir Hall had built up would be gone. Therefore, Fang Chen was a money tree that they had to hold tightly in their hands. Mutually beneficial. Fang Chen smiled. Master Tianhe and Fang Chen talked a lot about the Heavenly Elixir Hall. Master Tianhe even asked Fang Chen to invest in the Heavenly Elixir Hall. However, Fang Chen did not agree. Once he invested in the Heavenly Elixir Hall, he would be tied to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. That was not the outcome that he wanted. Therefore, mutually profiting from each other was the best choice. Suddenly, Fang Chen said, "Grandmaster Tianhe, I have a request that I must make of you." "Oh, Brother Fang, what is it?" "If I can help you, I will do my best to help you," Master Tianhe said without hesitation. "Cut off all business with the Heavenly Fiend Palace. Do not sell any elixirs to the Heavenly Elixir Hall," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Since the disciples of the Heavenly Fiend Palace wanted to kill him, he would not let them off easily. This was just the beginning. Moreover, the Heavenly Fiend Palace had a grudge against the Protector King's palace. Fang Chen could use the Heavenly Elixir Hall to attack the Heavenly Fiend Palace from the side. "Does the Heaven Fiend Palace have a grudge with Brother Fang?" asked Great Master Tianhe. Fang Chen nodded. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, Great Master Tien, he said, all right, there is no problem. From now on, the Heavenly Elixir Hall will not provide any elixirs to the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. I will also inform the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations. Hearing Master Tianha's words, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. After that, Fang Chen bid farewell to Great Master Tian He and left the Heavenly Pill Hall. On the same day, Great Master Tian He held a meeting with the higher-ups of the Heavenly Pill Palace. In the meeting hall, Grandmaster Tian He was sitting at the head of the table. He was the strongest alchemist in the Heavenly Pill Palace and the only alchemist in the Heavenly Pill Palace. Of course, he was also the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pill Palace. Palace Master, why did you call for an emergency meeting? Asked one of the higher-ups. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Pill Palace would not call for such an emergency meeting unless there was an important matter. However, the Heavenly Pill Palace's momentum in the elixir market had been unstoppable recently. Logically speaking, nothing major should have happened. The other higher-ups also looked at Grandmaster Tianhe with puzzlement in their eyes. Great Master Tian He looked around and said, from today onwards, the Heavenly Pill Palace will stop all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. Furthermore, we will not provide any elixirs to the Heaven Emanations King Mansion in the future. Palace Master, if this is the case, the Heavenly Pill Palace will lose a big customer. That's right. Palace Master, the Heaven Emanations King Mansion has a huge demand for elixirs. If we stop providing them with elixirs, they will definitely go to the Elixir Pavilion. Previously, we spent a lot of effort to snatch the Heaven Emanations King Mansion's business from the Elixir Pavilion. Palace Master, please reconsider. Many of the higher-ups reminded him. They did not want to lose such a big customer. This matter is settled. All you need to know is that if we continue to do business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion, the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations will also get the elixir formulas for the Spirit Tempering Elixir and Spirit Concentrating Elixir, Great Master Tian He said coldly. Upon hearing Great Master Tian his words, many of the higher-ups were shocked. They understood that this was not Great Master Tian his idea. It was the idea of the mysterious Almighty behind Great Master Tian He. So what if they offended the Heaven Emanations King Mansion for a mysterious Almighty? I see. Rest assured, Palace Master. From today onwards, the Heavenly Pill Palace will cut off all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. Many of the higher-ups said. They knew how much profit the Spirit Tempering Elixir and Spirit Concentrating Elixir could bring to them. Once the Elixir Pavilion got their hands on the elixir formulas, they would be able to refine the elixirs at a lower cost. At that time, the Elixir Pavilion would not cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Palace. Without the advantage, the Heavenly Pill Palace would not be able to compete with the Elixir Pavilion. At the thought of this, many of the higher-ups gasped. They could offend anyone but that Almighty. The Heavenly Pill Palace was extremely efficient. On the same day, they cut off all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. When the Heaven Emanations King Mansion found out about this, they were furious. Even if they don't cooperate with us, there is still the Elixir Pavilion. A voice rang out from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. The people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion were furious. If the Heavenly Pill Palace had not promised to give them a huge discount, they would not have chosen the Heavenly Pill Palace. Now, the Heavenly Pill Palace wanted to cut off all business with them just because they had 2 elixirs. What a joke. Since the Heavenly Pill Palace does not want to cooperate with us, we will cooperate with the Elixir Pavilion. We will work with them to destroy the Heavenly Pill Palace. The people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion said. Immediately, the Heaven Emanations King Mansion sent their younger disciples to the Elixir Pavilion. Because they had made great contributions in suppressing the bandits in the Golden Creek County, the 4 disciples of the Heaven Emanations King Mansion were heavily rewarded by the 8th prince. Their status in the Heaven Emanations King Mansion also rose. The 4 of them could do whatever they wanted in the Sky Fiend King Palace. They were discussing a collaboration with the Elixir Dispensary. The fact that the Sky Fiend King Palace had sent the 4 of them to deal with such an important matter was enough to show how important this matter was to the Sky Fiend King Palace. The 4 of them staggered out of the Heaven Emanations King Mansion with wild smiles on their faces. At the same time, Fang Chen was hiding in a dark corner. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The four of you must die, Fang Chen thought to himself. He would find an opportunity to kill the four of them before returning to Kamikaze Kenbu. The four of them swaggered towards the elixir pavilion. Fang Chen followed closely behind them. However, there were too many people on the way and Fang Chen did not have a chance to strike until the four of them entered the elixir pavilion. We are from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion and we are here to discuss a cooperation. The moment they entered the elixir pavilion, the leader of the four announced loudly. Hearing the words Heaven Emanations King Mansion, all the staff members' faces changed. One of them said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. Our pavilion leader is busy and will not be out." "Humph! How dare you block my way? Are you courting death?" The second leader said coldly. "Quickly report to your pavilion leader that the people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion are here." The third leader said in a low voice. Right at that moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in the hall of the elixir pavilion. His face was frosty as he said indifferently, "The four of you should return. From today onwards, the pavilion leader has already informed us that the elixir pavilion will not cooperate with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion." After speaking, the white-haired old man turned and left. When the four of them heard this, their faces changed. However, this was the elixir pavilion after all. They could not cause trouble here. "Let's go." After speaking, the four of them turned and left. For the entire afternoon, the four of them went to a few elixir shops. However, unexpectedly, none of them were willing to cooperate with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. This made the four of them furious. "Damn it! Who is the one who is scheming against us?" The leader said coldly. "Let's go back first. This matter is unusual. We need to report it," the second leader said. After that, the four of them rushed towards the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. At this time, it was already night time. Although the entire imperial city was brightly lit, there were fewer people on the streets. Fang Chen had been secretly watching the four of them. When the four of them walked to a slightly secluded street, Fang Chen finally decided to take action. Crash! The four captains appeared in an instant and set up a formation, trapping the four of them within. What's going on? The sudden change caused the faces of the four people to be filled with panic. However, after a slight panic, the four of them quickly calmed down. "There's an ambush," the leader said in a low voice. "Poochie." Just as the leader finished speaking, an arm suddenly appeared beside the four of them. In the next moment, the weakest of them, the fourth leader, was pierced through the throat and died instantly. Fourth leader. Seeing the fourth leader die, the three of them roared in anger. However, they were trapped in the array and could not leave. "Damn it! How dare you kill my brother? All of you will die!" the leader roared in anger. At the same time, the three brothers began to attack the array. However, how could the array set up by the four captains be broken so easily by them? Time passed by slowly. After an hour, the four captains finally managed to kill a sixth realm chi transformation realm martial artist with their combined efforts. Poochie. The third leader's death made the leader and second leader even more furious. However, within the array, they could not see the enemy, but the enemy could see them. "Leader, we can't go on like this. Otherwise, we will all die," the second leader said in fear. "Let's attack with all our might and break the array," the leader said in a low voice. Bang! Bang! Under the strange attacks of the four leaders, the second leader also died at their hands. Now, only the leader was left in the array. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen suddenly appeared in the formation. Beside him, the four captains stood quietly. "Fang Chen, it's you." The leader saw Fang Chen and his face was full of shock. Then, his face turned into anger. "When you wanted to kill me, did you think that this day would come?" Fang Chen asked indifferently. "Fang Chen, you are courting death. The Sky Fiend Palace will not let you off," the leader roared in anger. "This place is so remote. Even if I kill you, the Sky Fiend Palace will not know." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the four leaders joined forces to attack the leader. Although the leader was a 6th level Chi transformation realm martial artist, Under the attacks of the four leaders, he was forced to retreat. His body was sent flying by the four captains. Just as he was trying his best to stabilize his body, a long sword suddenly pierced his body from his back. Poochie. Fang Chen held the Qingyun sword and stabbed it into the leader's body. Fang Chen, you. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life. After the four of them were dead, Fang Chen quickly destroyed the corpses. Then, he removed the array, put away the four leaders, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 110. When you wanted to kill me, did you think this day would come? Fang Chen asked calmly. Fang Chen, you're asking for it. The Heaven Fiend Palace will not let you off, the leader roared. This place is so remote. Even if I kill you, the Heaven Fiend Palace will not know. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the four captains joined forces to attack the leader. Although the leader was a martial artist in the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm, under the attacks of the four captains, he was forced to retreat. His body was sent flying by the four captains. Just as he was trying his best to stabilize himself, a long sword suddenly pierced his body from his back. Poochie Fang Chen held the Qingyun sword in his hand and pierced the leader's body. Fang Chen, you. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life. After the four of them were dead, Fang Chen quickly destroyed the corpses and removed the formation. He put away the four captains and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The remote streets were very quiet, as if nothing had happened. When he returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. Now, he could easily fight a martial artist in the fifth realm. He could even challenge a disciple in the sixth realm. When Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, he heard that Yuan Batian had reached the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm not too long ago. In response, Fang Chen nodded slightly. With Yuan Batian's potential, breaking through to the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm was within his expectations. Let's exchange for a better weapon first, Fang Chen said with a grin. Previously, Fang Chen had close to 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He had won 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the bet with Yuan Batian. After selling the items in the space ring of the bandits, he had obtained close to 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the 1,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the elixirs, Fang Chen now had a total of 1.04 billion mid-grade spirit stones. After arriving at the weapon hall, Fang Chen directly asked, "What's the highest grade weapon you have here?" When the staff member heard Fang Chen's words, he was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he said, "In the weapon hall of the intermediate zone, the highest grade weapon is the high-grade Yuan soldier." After saying that, the staff member brought Fang Chen to where the high-ranking Yuan dynasty soldiers were. There are a total of 10 high-level Yuan soldiers here. Which one do you need? The staff member asked. Fang Chen took a look and saw that the lowest price for a high-grade Yuan soldier was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, these spirit stones were nothing to him right now. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on a long sword. This long sword had an aura around it, and there was a dragon-shaped sculpture on the hilt. Hidden Dragon Sword. When Fang Chen saw the two words Hidden Dragon on the pitch-black long sword, he understood that this was the longsword's name. "How much is this Hidden Dragon Sword worth?" asked Fang Chen. The other high-grade Yuan soldiers all had a price tag, but this Hidden Dragon Sword didn't. That was why Fang Chen asked this question. This Hidden Dragon Sword is the highest grade Yuan soldier in the intermediate zone. "It's worth 30 million mid-grade spirit stones," said the staff member. Fang Chen nodded. "I'll take it." Under the staff member's shocked gaze, Fang Chen handed over 30 million mid-grade spirit stones and took the Hidden Dragon Sword. "This fellow is too rich. The Hidden Dragon Sword has been in the weapon hall for many years, and no disciple has been able to afford it. I never thought that this brat would take out 30 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go," said the staff member when he saw Fang Chen leave. For 3 days, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign had searched the entire imperial capital, but there was no news of the 4 disciples. In the end, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign confirmed that the 4 of them had been assassinated. After receiving this news, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace was furious. The four of them were the eighth prince's personal disciples, and they had never thought that they would die in front of so many people. Damn it! Go and investigate. Find the murderer at all costs, roared the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. In the following period of time, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace mobilized the entire Sovereign Palace to investigate this matter. At first, they suspected that the Elixir Pavilion and a few other elixir organizations had assassinated the four of them. But after investigating, they realized that this matter had nothing to do with them. In other words, the four of them had been killed by a mysterious expert. After a series of investigations, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace finally determined the location where the four of them had been killed. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign's face was filled with anger when he looked at the scene. There are no traces left behind. They must have destroyed the corpses, said the Heaven Fiend Sovereign in a deep voice. To be able to kill the four of them silently, the person must be an expert on the Chi ranking or a Chi C realm expert, said the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. In the end, the news of the four of them being killed reached the eighth prince's ears. The eighth prince was furious. The four of them had become the eighth prince's confidants after returning from Golden Creek County. Who would have thought that they would die silently? Investigate this matter, ordered the eighth prince. But no matter how hard they investigated, they could not find the murderer. During this period, the Heaven Elixir Hall's business was booming. Grandmaster Tien he was grinning from ear to ear. Following the Heaven Elixir Hall, the Elixir Pavilion and the other organizations, their business was booming as well. Of course, Fang Chen, as the person involved, was cultivating in Kamikaze Kenbu. With the Hidden Dragon Sword, I can definitely fight against a 6th level Chi transformation realm martial artist, said Fang Chen with a grin. It's time. Fang Chen put away the Hidden Dragon Sword and slowly walked out of the courtyard. In the middle-class area's square, many middle-class disciples were cultivating. Coincidentally, Yuan Batian was in a particularly good mood today, so he was here to teach the weaker disciples. Senior Brother Yuan, after listening to your explanation, I'm enlightened, said a disciple. Senior Brother Yuan, thank you for your guidance, said another disciple. In the square, all the disciples were praising Yuan Batian. Hearing this, Yuan Batian's face was full of smiles. He liked the feeling of being admired by tens of thousands. But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from afar. Yuan Batian, I said before that I would return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who spoke was Fang Chen. Do you think you have the strength to challenge me now? Said Yuan Batian in a low voice. Yuan Batian, it's time to settle old scores, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you're not Senior Brother Yuan's match. That's right. You might be strong, but it's impossible for you to defeat Senior Brother Yuan. Fang Chen, I'd advise you to be a bit more rational. Don't go against Senior Brother Yuan. Many disciples began to berate Fang Chen. They all thought that Fang Chen was courting death. However, Fang Chen ignored their berating. He icily stared at Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian, are you afraid? Yuan Batian sneered. Fang Chen, are you prepared to die? We still don't know who will live and who will die, said Fang Chen. All right, since you want to die, I'll help you out. Do you dare fight me to the death on the life and death stage? Asked Yuan Batian icily. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, I'll personally kill you, laughed Yuan Batian sinisterly. After obtaining his answer, Fang Chen turned and left. News of Yuan Batian and Fang Chen's life and death battle instantly spread through the Middle Disciple region. Countless disciples were discussing it. As for the Middle Disciple region's higher-ups, they were furious. No matter what, they refused to agree to the life and death battle. What kind of joke is this? Both of them have 4th-rank talent in the Sword Dao. If we agree to their life and death battle, then no matter what the result is, one of us will definitely die. No, we won't allow it, said the Middle Disciple region's supervisor. Although the two of them have enmity, their talent is there for all to see. With a 4th-rank talent in the Sword Dao, give them some time and they'll definitely become one of the 8 kings. That's right, we definitely won't agree to their life and death battle. No matter who dies, it'll be a loss that our Kamikaze Kenbu cannot bear. The various higher-ups all spoke up, but no one agreed to the life and death battle. Chapter 111. The upper echelons of the intermediate district almost all disagreed with Fang Chen and Yuan Baishan's deathmatch. Both of them were elites of the Kamikaze Kenbu. No matter who died in battle, the Kamikaze Kenbu would not want to see either of them die. Therefore, the upper echelons finally came to the conclusion that a deathmatch was not allowed. When Fang Chen learned of this situation, he was filled with helplessness. He naturally knew what the upper echelons of the Kamikaze Kenbu were thinking. However, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yuan Batian. Fang Chen wasn't the only one thinking this way. Yuan Batian also wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, because of the upper echelon's obstruction, the matter was left unsettled in the end. Fang Chen, one day, I will make you wish you were dead, Yuan Batian said to himself when he heard the news. Just like that, the intermediate district regained its peace. All the disciples were working hard in their cultivation. One day, Fang Chen suddenly woke up from his cultivation. His face revealed a trace of helplessness. Sword force had been perfected, but it was very difficult to transform it into sword will. Sword force was the first step in the way of the sword. Warriors who could comprehend sword force were geniuses among geniuses, but there were many in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Sword will was the second step in the way of the sword. It was able to transform sword force into sword will. This step had stumped countless geniuses. Geniuses who could truly reach this step were few and far between, even in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen was stuck at this bottleneck. For the time being, there was nothing he could do. After cultivating in the Kamikaze Kenbu for a period of time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat or even kill Yuan Batian. Fang Chen's talent in swordsmanship was much stronger than Yuan Baishan's, but he started a little later, so he had been chasing after Yuan Batian. Now, he had finally caught up to Yuan Batian. While cultivating in Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen prepared to return to the Fang family. After leaving Kamikaze Kenbu and crossing the Lianyun mountain range, Fang Chen returned to the Fang clan in Black Cloud City. After a series of battles in Black Cloud City, the Fang clan had become the undisputed king, and the other forces didn't dare to oppose them. Moreover, many forces knew that behind the Fang family was the Green Edge Sword Sect, an overlord sect. The current Azure Edge Sword Sect was many times stronger than before, and the number of Qi transformation experts had also increased. Moreover, with the Liu Feng Sect Master and the Seven Heavens Sect Master as their honorary elders, the Qingfeng Sword Sect could be said to be the strongest sect in the entire Xi'an Cloud County. Ever since the Qingfeng Sword Sect had become the overlord sect of Xi'an Cloud County, they had been secretly protecting the Fang clan. When Fang Chen returned to the Fang clan, everyone in the Fang clan was very happy. Of course, the happiest were the three brothers of the Fang clan. Who would have thought that the publicly acknowledged trash a year ago would become so strong in just a year? When Fang Chen had left Xi'an Cloud County for the imperial capital, he had left with the title of Xi'an Cloud County's strongest genius. Now, Fang Chen could be considered to have made some small achievements. Chen you're back. Fang Tianyu's face was full of smiles. Chen how have you been in Kamikaze Kenbu? Asked the patriarch of the Fang clan, Fang Tianshan. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw that everyone was warming him up. The reason Fang Chen had returned home this time was to give the Fang clan some spirit stones. After all, he had cooperated with the Heavenly Pill Hall and had an endless supply of spirit stones. He wouldn't be able to use them all, so he might as well give some to the Fang clan. In the study, the three brothers of the Fang clan were sitting in their armchairs, looking at Fang Chen. Chen you called the three of us here as soon as you returned. Just what is it? Asked Fang Tianyu. That's right. Chen could it be that you're in some kind of trouble? Asked Fang Tianshan. Chen if you're in trouble, just tell the clan. Our Fang clan will always support you, said Fang Tianbao. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said, the reason I'm returning to the clan this time is to give them some spirit stones. Then Fang Chen took out 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. Here are 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. In the future, Treat it as the clan's wealth, said Fang Chen with a smile. The three brothers didn't think much of Fang Chen's words. But when Fang Chen took out 70 million middle-grade spirit stones, they were shocked. After a long time, Fang Tianshan softly said, "That's 70 million middle-grade spirit stones." Fang Chen nodded. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, the three brothers felt like they were dreaming. 70 million middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum to the Fang clan. Even the Azure Edge Sword sect wouldn't be able to take out so many middle-grade spirit stones at once. "Chen, where did you get so many spirit stones?" Fang Tianyu did his best to calm himself down as he excitedly asked. The other two stared fixedly at Fang Chen. The pleasant surprise that Fang Chen had given them was simply too shocking. "I have some cooperation with the Heavenly Pill Hall. I'm able to get some spirit stones regularly," said Fang Chen simply. "Heavenly Pill Hall? Is that the Heavenly Pill Hall that has taken over the medicinal pill market recently?" asked Fang Tianshan. "That's right. It's that Heavenly Pill Hall," said Fang Chen. The three brothers were shocked. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to have a relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall. The Heavenly Pill Hall is definitely a huge medicinal pill organization. "Chen, you're really amazing to be able to cooperate with them." Fang Tianshan gave him a thumbs up. After a long time, the three brothers put away the 70 million middle-grade spirit stones. "Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, we can't let outsiders know that the clan suddenly has so many spirit stones. Even if it's the other members of the clan, we can't let them know," said Fang Chen. "Chen, don't worry. We know," said the three brothers. Originally, Fang Chen had wanted to give more medicinal pills to the clan. But after careful consideration, he realized that the Fang clan was only a small clan. If he gave them too many spirit stones, it would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, 70 million middle-grade spirit stones was a huge sum for the Fang clan. The 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones from the Heavenly Pill Hall and his own 4 million, they had a total of 1.04 billion middle-grade spirit stones. But not long ago, he had spent 30 million middle-grade spirit stones on the hidden dragon sword at the Kamikaze Kenbu Weapon Hall. This time, he had given the clan 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. Now, he only had 900 million left. "It's enough for me," said Fang Chen. After staying in the Fang clan for a few days, Fang Chen discussed with the three brothers and decided to send a batch of Fang clan disciples to the Green Edge Sword sect. After all, the Fang clan wasn't a martial arts family. Compared to the Green Edge Sword sect, they didn't know how to educate their disciples. They might as well send them directly to the Green Edge Sword sect. Fang Chen personally selected disciples of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm and above to be sent to the Green Edge Sword sect. After 3 days of selection, a total of 30 disciples were selected. These disciples were all the elite disciples of the clan. Although you are considered elite disciples among the younger generation of the Fang clan, and even among the younger generation of Black Cloud City, you are still considered the cream of the crop. Fang Chen paused for a moment, then continued, "But this time, you will be sent to the Green Edge Sword sect, the strongest sect in Green Cloud County. There are countless talented disciples in the Green Edge Sword sect. When you arrive, you must work hard to cultivate," said Fang Chen. At some point, Fang Chen had become the benchmark in the hearts of the younger generation of the Fang clan. At this moment, Fang Chen's words filled the hearts of the younger generation of the Fang clan with passion. After Fang Chen spoke, the three brothers of the Fang clan took turns to say a few words. In the end, Fang Chen led the 30 disciples of the Fang clan and left Black Cloud City for the Green Edge Sword sect. A few days later, they arrived at the Green Edge Sword sect. Hearing that Fang Chen had returned, the upper echelons of the Green Edge Sword sect were all dispatched to welcome Fang Chen. "Fang Chen." The Clear Wind sect master laughed heartily. "Sect master, elders." Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. "I'm here this time to send a batch of disciples of the Fang clan to the Green Edge Sword sect." Before Fang Chen could finish, the Clear Wind sect master said, "No problem. It's just 30 disciples. I'll get the elders to make arrangements for them." "Thank you, sect master," Fang Chen said. You're the most outstanding disciple of the Green Edge Sword sect. You've made great contributions to the sect. This is nothing. The Clear Wind sect master said. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said, although they're disciples of the Fang clan, I hope that sect master won't give them special treatment. Just let them be like ordinary disciples. All right. After sending the 30 disciples to the Green Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen returned to the imperial capital alone. After all, his main goal at the moment was to cultivate. After returning to the imperial capital, Fang Chen did not call back the kamikaze Kenbu. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Pill Hall. When he saw Fang Chen, Master Tianhe's face was full of smiles. Brother Fang, you're finally here. Before Fang Chen could speak, Master Tianhe took out a spatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. This is your profit for this period. Fang Chen checked it and found that there were still 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in the ring. He nodded with satisfaction. Brother Fang, after this period of sales, these 2 types of pills are gradually saturated. Otherwise, you'd be able to get more profit. Master Tianhe said. Oh, the sales have dropped. Fang Chen asked. That's right. If we don't have a new pill formula, the sales will drop very quickly with just these 2 pills, Master Tianhe said. Brother Fang, do you have any more pill formulas? Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, I don't have any pill formulas at the moment, but I can go back and take a look. If I can get them, I'll send them over as soon as possible. That's good. Master Tianhe said. After chatting with Master Tianhe for a while, Fang Chen turned around and left. When Fang Chen entered the Divine Wind mountain range, he suddenly felt a trace of danger. Yes. Chapter 112. As soon as he entered the Holy Wind mountain range, Fang Chen felt a sense of danger. Immediately, he raised his guard and scanned his surroundings. It was at this moment that a sinister laugh rang out from the Holy Wind mountain range. Hearing the laughter, Fang Chen was able to guess who the person who had arrived was. Yuan Batian. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he looked into the distance. Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, Yuan Batian's figure emerged from the underbrush. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, even if I kill you in the Holy Wind mountain range, the upper echelons of the kamikaze Kenbu won't know. Yuan Batian was dressed in white, and his face was filled with an indifferent smile. Fang Chen seemed to have everything under his control. Yuan Batian, are you in such a hurry to die? Fang Chen sneered when he heard this. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Yuan Batian, but he hadn't expected that Yuan Batian would come knocking on his door. This was perfect. If he killed Yuan Batian in the Holy Wind mountain range, no one would know. When he heard Fang Chen's words, Yuan Batian's face was filled with ridicule. Fang Chen, you're only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. I really don't know what kind of courage you have to challenge me. Yuan Batian was originally filled with disdain for Fang Chen, but after learning that Fang Chen had killed Long Jun, who was at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, Yuan Batian began to take Fang Chen seriously. Fang Chen's strength was gradually catching up to his. Although he didn't think that Fang Chen would be able to catch up to him, Fang Chen's potential couldn't be underestimated. Yuan Batian didn't want to raise a tiger, so he decided to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Yuan Batian was thinking that although Fang Chen had reached the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was only enough to challenge those at the 5th realm. Compared to Yuan Batian, who was at the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was just an ant. Yuan Batian, do you still remember the humiliation you gave me in the primary area? Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile as he spoke softly. Back then, you were very strong, and I was weak. But I said that one day, I would return the humiliation you gave me 100 times over. And today, it is time for me to avenge my humiliation, Fang Chen continued. His cultivation base had reached the 3rd tier of the Qi transformation realm, and his Tai diffraction sword had reached the 7th level. This made Fang Chen even more powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat Yuan Batian in the end, Fang Chen still had the 4 captains as his trump card. In short, Yuan Batian would definitely die today. Fang Chen, you can't just rely on your mouth. I hope you can say something like that later, Yuan Batian sneered. If that's the case, then I'll let you know that the current me has the qualifications to kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the emerald cloud sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the emerald cloud sword was surrounded by a strong sword aura. 7th level of the Tai Batian. When Fang Chen displayed the 7th level of the Tai Batian, the emerald cloud sword's body trembled. At the tip of the sword, an extremely strong sword light condensed. In the next moment, the sword light separated from the emerald cloud sword and floated in the sky. Then, it transformed into countless powerful sword lights. Die! Fang Chen roared. He waved the emerald cloud sword in his hand, controlling the countless sword lights in the sky and piercing them towards Yuan Batian. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Yuan Batian's face darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura appeared around Yuan Batian. The strength of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm exploded in an instant. Within his Dantian's true nucleus, dense spiritual Qi continuously emerged. Sky-dominating swordplay. Yuan Batian roared and displayed the sky-dominating swordplay. In the sky, another powerful sword light appeared. This sword light carried an extremely strong aura as it collided with the countless sword lights. Rumble. After the sword light and the sword light collided, the entire sky instantly exploded. The surrounding towering trees were affected and fell to the ground one after another. Crack. Fang Chen's emerald cloud sword and Yuan Batian's long sword collided violently. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a strong force pass from the emerald cloud sword into his body. Bang! Fang Chen's body was forced to retreat. Yuan Batian steadied himself, a sinister expression on his face. Fang Chen, your swordplay may be exquisite, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. Without waiting for Fang Chen to speak, Yuan Batian displayed the sky-dominating swordplay once again. The incomparably strong sky-dominating swordplay was displayed exquisitely by Yuan Batian. Rumble. In the sky, sword lights continuously clashed. Fang Chen's emerald cloud sword and Yuan Batian's long sword also clashed violently. Finally, after countless collisions, Fang Chen's emerald cloud sword shattered with a cracking sound. Crack. Seeing the emerald cloud sword shatter, Fang Chen quickly retreated. In the sky, countless sword lights exploded in an instant, blocking Yuan Batian's attack. Yuan Batian licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. Fang Chen, your weapon has been shattered by me. What are you going to use to kill me? Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had originally thought that the emerald cloud sword would be able to tie with Yuan Batian. However, he hadn't expected that the emerald cloud sword would be a low-level Yuan weapon after all. It couldn't compare to Yuan Batian's mid-level Yuan weapon. When he heard Yuan Batian's mocking words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Then, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This long sword had a golden dragon carved on it. Buzz. When Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from it. Since you want to compete with me in terms of weapons, I'll let you know that I won't lose to you in terms of weapons, Fang Chen said solemnly. How is that possible? Yuan Batian, who had a sinister smile on his face, suddenly froze when he saw the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, he cried out involuntarily. The hidden dragon sword was faintly emitting a powerful aura that made Yuan Batian's heart palpitate. This aura was clearly the aura of a high-level Yuan weapon. How do you have a high-level Yuan weapon? Yuan Batian crazily roared. Yuan weapons were existences above ordinary weapons. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to possess a low-level Yuan weapon. The reason Yuan Batian possessed a mid-level Yuan weapon was because he had obtained it through a fortuitous encounter in some ruins. But he hadn't expected Fang Chen to be able to casually take out a high-level Yuan weapon. Even Yuan Batian couldn't afford such a weapon. Even the cheapest high-level Yuan weapon would cost over 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. He didn't understand how Fang Chen could be so rich. If he knew that Fang Chen possessed nearly 2 billion middle-grade spirit stones, would he go crazy? Of course, now wasn't the time to think about that. The moment Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, he was prepared to end the battle quickly. After the fierce battle with Yuan Batian, Fang Chen understood that although Yuan Baishan's sword technique was tyrannical, he could definitely kill him with the hidden dragon sword. Tai dispersing sword. Fang Chen roared and once again used the 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword. An incomparably powerful sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword trembled, and a series of cries rang out. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Yuan Baishan's expression slightly changed when he saw this scene. Sky-dominating sword technique. Yuan Batian crazily used the sky-dominating sword technique and fiercely clashed with Fang Chen's Tai dispersing sword. Crack. A high-grade Yuan soldier was truly a high-grade Yuan soldier. It wasn't something that a mid-grade Yuan soldier could compare to. Just as the hidden dragon sword clashed with Yuan Baishan's long sword, a cracking sound was heard. Following that, Yuan Batian was shocked to discover that the mid-ranked Yuan weapon he was so proud of had completely shattered. Having lost his mid-grade Yuan soldier, Yuan Batian was at a disadvantage. Bang! Wielding the hidden dragon sword, he used the Tai diffraction sword. A tyrannical swordlight bombarded Yuan Baishan's body. Yuan Batian did his best to block, but he was unable to do so and was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Yuan Batian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had originally wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he hadn't expected to be so heavily injured. He didn't want to die like this. How is this possible? Even now, Yuan Batian still didn't dare to believe that Fang Chen was so strong. I refuse to accept this. Yuan Batian furiously roared. Step by step, Fang Chen arrived in front of Yuan Batian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When you humiliated me that day, you should have thought of this day, said Fang Chen coldly. Lying on the ground, Yuan Batian raised his head to look at the murderous Fang Chen. A wild smile appeared on his pale face. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, I admit that I've lost to you, said Yuan Batian. But do you think you can kill me like this? Just as Yuan Baishan's voice fell, a tyrannical aura that made Fang Chen tremble suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Yuan Baishan's face was ferocious as he abruptly stood up from the ground. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! The fist that could topple mountains and overturn seas seemed to distort the entire space. Wherever the fist passed, the weeds would turn to dust. Fang Chen, who was caught off guard, was instantly sent flying after being hit by the fist. By the time Fang Chen steadied himself, Yuan Baishan's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 113. Yuan Batian had used some kind of forbidden technique to increase his speed to the extreme. Fang Chen had originally planned to let the 4 captains chase after Yuan Batian. However, after sensing Yuan Baishan's speed, he shook his head slightly. Even the 4 captains couldn't catch up with Yuan Batian, who had used a forbidden technique. Leaving him alive is a disaster after all, Fang Chen said softly as he looked ahead. Yuan Baishan's survival would be a disaster for him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. Yuan Batian wouldn't appear in the near future, and he wouldn't dare to. He didn't know when the next time Yuan Batian would appear. During this period, he had to work hard and cultivate. Then, Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen began to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed bit by bit. Half a month later, Fang Chen finally obtained another mysterious pill formula from the Crimson Skeleton's mouth. The bloody skeleton had been seriously injured when all the forces of the ancient Sword Continent had besieged the Yellow Spring sect. As a result, some of its memories had been lost. Now that it had worked hard and cultivated, it had finally recovered some of its memories and recalled a certain elixir formula. Fang Chen handed this elixir formula to the Sky Elixir Hall, which made Grandmaster Tianhe very excited. Next, the Sky Elixir Hall began to refine this new elixir. It was imaginable that once this new elixir was released, it would definitely bring a huge amount of wealth to the Sky Elixir Hall. Fang Chen had been cultivating in seclusion during this period. Ever since he had absorbed the power of the broken sword on the Black Altar in the Skylight Secret Realm, Fang Chen had felt that the golden heart seemed to be transforming. The golden heart was surrounded by silver. Although the silver was very conspicuous, it couldn't hide the color of the heart. On a certain day, Fang Chen entered a state of enlightenment. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, and silver light surged around it. Hiss! As the golden heart beat, Fang Chen's body twitched. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. However, the golden heart was beating faster and faster. What's going on? Fang Chen was confused. Why hadn't the golden heart finished its transformation? At first, Fang Chen didn't think much of it, but after half an hour, Fang Chen finally noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was extremely weak. The golden heart is actually absorbing my body's energy. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. Did the transformation of the golden heart require powerful energy? Thinking of this, Fang Chen finally understood why the golden heart had mutated like this. It needed a lot of power. After thinking hard for a while, Xiao Chen discovered that there was nothing in the spatial ring that could provide a large amount of energy to the golden heart. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, all the spiritual qi in the core will be sucked dry, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and racked his brain. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head, and he smiled. I wonder if the golden heart can absorb the energy within the spirit stones. Fang Chen suddenly thought of something. Fang Chen took out a middle-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the middle-grade spirit stone in his hand turned to dust. Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had absorbed the middle-grade spirit stone's energy at lightning speed. After absorbing that energy, the golden heart became abnormally active. It really can. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He immediately took out a large amount of spirit stones. The thing he didn't lack the most right now was spirit stones. 1,900,000,000 spirit stones was enough for the golden heart to absorb. Hiss! In the following period of time, Fang Chen continuously picked up middle-grade spiritual stones, while the golden heart was also wildly absorbing them. 3 days later, the golden heart finally calmed down. At this time, the silver light around it had been completely devoured by the golden light. The golden heart had once again regained its golden color, and it was even more vibrant than before. At this time, the golden heart had reached a state of saturation after absorbing the energy of the spirit stones. It was unable to absorb any more. When Fang Chen counted the spirit stones, he was incomparably shocked. Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. In 3 days, the golden heart had absorbed a total of 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. It actually absorbed that much. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. 100 million middle-grade spirit stones had been completely absorbed by the golden heart just like that. Xiao Chen didn't know what kind of changes the golden heart would undergo after its transformation. Although Fang Chen was shocked that the golden heart had absorbed 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, it wasn't to the point of heartache. After a moment of shock, Fang Chen began to study the golden heart. Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was slowly wriggling. Every time it wriggled, it would emit a trace of invisible aura. This invisible aura spread throughout Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Fang Chen carefully sensed this aura and discovered that when this aura spread throughout his body actually felt carefree. Could this aura be able to temper my body? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Subsequently, Fang Chen carefully examined the golden heart. He discovered that other than the invisible aura it was emitting, there were no other changes. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. After a long time, Fang Chen said softly. Just as Fang Chen was about to get up, his face suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, the golden heart had undergone a huge change, causing Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Just now, Fang Chen had unintentionally channeled a stream of spirit energy from his true core through the golden heart. However, when it came out of the golden heart, this stream of spirit energy had become incomparably pure. How is this possible? Fang Chen was extremely excited. Could it be that the golden heart can temper spirit energy after its transformation? It should be known that although an ordinary Chi transformation realm warrior's true core could absorb spirit energy, the quality of the spirit energy was very poor. However, a slightly stronger Chi transformation realm warrior could temper the spirit energy in his true core. However, warriors who could temper spirit energy themselves were at least at the 7th realm of the Chi transformation realm or above. Under normal circumstances, in a battle of the same realm, if the quality of spirit energy was better than the opponent's, their explosive power would also surpass the opponent's. This was a very important thing on the path of martial arts. What Fang Chen did not expect was that the Golden Heart could temper spirit energy after its transformation. Moreover, the spirit energy tempered by the Golden Heart was extremely perfect. Crash! Fang Chen channeled his spirit energy into the Golden Heart again. When the spirit energy came out, it had all become perfect spirit energy. After discovering this, Fang Chen naturally would not waste the ability of the Golden Heart. He controlled a large amount of spirit energy from his true core and channeled it into the Golden Heart. After a full hour, the spirit energy in Fang Chen's true core had finally become perfect spirit energy. With this level of spirit energy, if I meet an opponent like Yuan Batian again, I will definitely be able to kill him in one strike, Fang Chen said confidently. After cultivating for a long time, Fang Chen prepared to go out for a walk. Not long after, Fang Chen walked into the middle-class area's plaza. At this time, there were many disciples cultivating in the plaza. From time to time, a disciple would greet Fang Chen. Of course, many of them also hated Fang Chen because they were in cahoots with Yuan Batian. Just as Fang Chen was walking, a cultivator suddenly walked up to Fang Chen and icily asked, "Fang Chen, where is senior apprentice brother Yuan?" Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled faintly. "How would I know where Yuan Batian is?" "Fang Chen, don't pretend. You clearly know where senior apprentice brother Yuan is." The disciple sneered. Yuan Batian had told him when he had gone to kill Fang Chen. But after so long, Yuan Batian still hadn't returned. That made Dong San a bit suspicious. Where had senior apprentice brother Yuan gone? With Yuan Batian's strength, Fang Chen simply couldn't kill him. "I don't know." Fang Chen sneered. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, Dong San directly blocked Fang Chen's path. "Fang Chen, I want to challenge you," Dong San said loudly. In the square, many disciples looked over. Dong San's cultivation was only at the early 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was similar to Yuan Batian's. "You don't have the qualifications to make me fight," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's words made Dong San even angrier. He already hated Fang Chen because of Yuan Batian. Now that he heard Fang Chen's mocking words, he was even more furious. "Fang Chen, are you courting death?" Dong San said coldly. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly turned around, holding a high-grade Yuan weapon, the hidden dragon sword, and instantly used the Tai diffraction sword. Pucci with a thrust of the sword, Dong San's body was instantly sent flying backward. This sudden scene shocked all the disciples. Looking at Dong San on the ground, Fang Chen said coldly, "You're just a clown." With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Crash! After Fang Chen left, the whole square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Heavens, how could Fang Chen be so strong? He defeated Dong San in one strike. As expected of a 4th-grade sword talent. He's too strong. Yeah, he defeated Dong San in one strike. I'm afraid even Yuan Batian can't do that. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, Dong San, who was lying on the ground, had a murderous look in his eyes. Damn it, how could Fang Chen be so strong? Did he already kill Yuan Batian? Dong San thought to himself. What happened just now was just a small interlude. Fang Chen didn't care at all. He walked slowly, and unknowingly, he came to a very famous place in the middle-class district. There was a tall pagoda here, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Chapter 114. The body refining tower was used by the disciples in the intermediate area to strengthen their bodies. It was also the specialty of the intermediate area. The specialty of the primary area was the sword technique palace, while the specialty of the intermediate area was the body refining tower. Of course, there were other things in the intermediate area, such as the sword forest. However, the body refining tower was a special existence. As everyone knew, on the path of martial arts, although cultivation was important, the strength of the body was also very important. Some warriors had their bodies destroyed in battle because their bodies were not strong enough. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they could rebuild their bodies even if their bodies were destroyed. However, this would cause a great loss to the martial artists. Therefore, the body refining tower in the intermediate area was very important to the martial artists. The body refining tower was built by an almighty in Kamikaze Kenbu. There was a strong gravity in the body refining tower, which was very suitable for martial artists to strengthen their bodies. In front of the body refining tower, some martial artists were observing. At this time, there was a light spot moving quickly on the tower. This light spot moved quickly from the first level to the second level. It stayed on the second level for a while and then moved on to the third level. Time passed slowly. When the light spot stopped moving, everyone found that it had entered the fifth level of the body refining tower. Yang Yang is really powerful. I didn't expect him to enter the fifth level. Yang Yang is ranked in the top 10 among the intermediate disciples. Although he is only ranked 10th, his strength is very strong. Yes, it is expected that Yang Yang could enter the fifth level. Many disciples saw the light spot stop on the fifth level and discussed it. There were a total of 9 levels in the body refining tower. The gravity on each level was different. Yang Yong's body was strong enough to enter the fifth level. Fang Chen stood outside the body refining tower and looked at the light spot on the tower. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, Yang Yong came out of the body refining tower. He was sweating profusely, but there was a happy smile on his face. Senior brother Yang, congratulations on entering the fifth level of the body refining tower. Many disciples congratulated him. Of course, some disciples were preparing to enter the body refining tower. However, just as they were about to move, a figure suddenly passed by Yang Yang and went directly into the body refining tower. When the figure entered the body refining tower, the door of the body refining tower closed instantly. Damn it! How dare he snatch the body refining tower from me? A disciple said fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. Only one person could enter the body refining tower at a time. Once they entered, there was nothing they could do. Who is this kid? How dare he compete with Brother Hong for the body refining tower? Asked a disciple. The man called Brother Hong looked gloomy as he stared at the light spot on the first floor of the body refining tower. He was furious. Hong Yun was one of the top disciples in the intermediate area. Although he wasn't in the top 10, he was still ranked 15th. Hong Yun's strength had reached the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm. He was only one step away from the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Once he reached the late stage of the Qi transformation realm, Hong Yun was confident that he would be able to enter the top 10. Hong Yun, don't be angry. Yang Yang grinned. In the intermediate district, Yang Yang and Hong Yun's relationship was well known. The two of them seemed to have grown up together. Although Yang Yang was comforting Hong Yun, he was actually angry at the disciple who had tried to snatch the body refining tower from Hong Yun. Hong Yun didn't say anything. He just stared at the body refining tower with his eyes wide open. Fang Chen had just entered the body refining tower when he felt a gravitational force from all directions. The gravitational force made him extremely uncomfortable. What a strong gravitational force! Fang Chen exclaimed. This was only the first floor of the body refining tower, but the gravitational force was 4 times stronger than the outside world. One could imagine how strong the gravitational force in the body refining tower was. Crack! Fang Chen moved his body slightly. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from his body. It was the sound of the gravitational force pressing against his bones. It seems that I need to get used to it, Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen started to get used to the gravitational force on the first floor. Outside, many disciples realized that after Fang Chen entered the first level, he only moved slightly before coming to a stop. Seeing that the light spot didn't move, many disciples laughed. This kid must be unable to withstand the gravitational force on the first floor. He can't move forward. Humph, How dare he embarrass himself in the body-refining tower? He's courting death. Ha ha ha, I really want to see how this kid will react when he finds out that he is competing with Brother Hong for the body-refining tower. Many disciples were laughing at Fang Chen. Even Yang Yong and Hong Yun looked at him with disdain. He can't even withstand the gravitational force on the first floor of the body-refining tower. Having said that, Yang Yong said goodbye to Hong Yun and left. If it were the top 10 disciples, Yang Yong would watch them. However, he didn't want to waste his time on such a clown. Hong Yun didn't leave because he wanted to see who dared to compete with him for the body-refining tower. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. 15 minutes was neither long nor short. However, it was a long time for Fang Chen, who was on the first floor of the body-refining tower. Hiss. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen's body was finally able to withstand the gravitational force on the first floor. My body is strong enough to withstand the gravitational force on the first floor. However, this happened because I just entered the tower and didn't know how to control my body, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After his body adapted to the gravitational force, Fang Chen started to move. At this moment, many disciples were staring at the body-refining tower. Suddenly, they saw the light spot moving. Look, the light spot is moving, a disciple shouted. Instantly, many disciples looked at the light spot. The light spot on the body-refining tower slowly moved from the first floor to the second floor. When everyone thought that it would stay on the second floor, the light spot suddenly left the second floor and entered the third floor. How is this possible? He can withstand the gravitational force on the second floor and enter the third floor directly, a disciple exclaimed. The gravitational force on the first floor was 4 times that of the outside world. On the second floor, the gravitational force was 8 times that of the outside world. Although it was only 2 times that of the first floor, all the disciples who had entered the body-refining tower knew that it was not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 is much greater than 2. Amidst the exclamations of the disciples, the light spot stayed on the third floor for a while and then entered the fourth floor. When the light spot entered the fourth floor, it finally stopped moving. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. All the disciples were completely shocked. In the middle level area, there were only a few disciples who could enter the fourth floor of the body-refining tower. They did not expect that the disciple who they laughed at could enter the fourth floor. At this moment, Hong Yun clenched his fists and had a complicated expression on his face. In the body-refining tower, Fang Chen did not know that his actions had shocked the outside world. On the fourth floor, the gravitational force was 32 times that of the outside world. Fang Chen felt that his body was being squeezed by the gravitational force, as if he was going to explode. If it were not for the invisible aura from the golden heart to strengthen Fang Chen's body, he would have been crushed by the gravitational force on the fourth floor. It seems that with my current physical strength, I can only enter the fourth floor, Fang Chen said with a grin. In the Kamikaze Kenbu, there was a separate level of physical strength. Of course, this level was only applicable to the body-refining tower in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Gold body, silver body, bronze body, and iron body were the 4 levels. As long as one could adapt to the gravitational force on the first floor, his physical body would reach the iron body level. If one could enter the 4th floor, his physical body would reach the bronze body level. My current physical body level should be the bronze body level, Fang Chen said softly. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, there were only a few martial artists who had reached the gold body level. However, any martial artist who had reached the gold body level would be able to dominate the world with their physical body alone. At this stage, in the middle level area, only the top 3 disciples had reached the silver body level. They were all experts who could enter the 7th floor. Although Yang Yong had reached the 5th floor in the body-refining tower, his physical body level was still the bronze body level. However, even with the same bronze body, Yang Yong was able to reach the 5th level while Fang Chen was only able to reach the 4th level. Yang Yong's bronze body was stronger than Fang Chen's bronze body. On the 4th floor, Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. He tried to resist it for a while, but finally, he could not withstand the gravitational force and left the body-refining tower. Crash! When Fang Chen appeared outside the body refining tower, all the disciples looked at Fang Chen. It's Fang Chen. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed as he recognized Fang Chen. When Hong Yun heard the name Fang Chen, a strange smile appeared on his face. Boy, you are Fang Chen? Hong Yun stepped forward and asked coldly as he walked in front of Fang Chen. Yes, I am Fang Chen. Why did you snatch my time in the body refining tower? Don't you know that snatching other people's time in the body refining tower is very annoying? Hong Yun said. Fang Chen recognized Hong Yun. He knew that Hong Yun was the 15th disciple in the middle level area. I can enter and leave the body refining tower freely. I can enter and leave whenever I want. Can you stop me? Fang Chen asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hong Yun became even angrier. Boy, do you know that I came to the body refining tower before you? I wanted to go in after Brother Yong came out. I didn't expect you to beat me to it, Hong Yun said. Fang Chen did not speak. He just frowned slightly. Humph, do you think you are great just because you entered the 4th floor? Hong Yun sneered. Fang Chen ignored Hong Yun and turned to leave. Chapter 115. Hong Yun's eyes were full of anger. He looked at Fang Chen's back as he left. Then, he turned around and went into the body refining tower. After an hour, Hong Yun came out of the body refining tower. Humph, it's just the 4th level, Hong Yun said coldly. It was easy for him to enter the 4th level, but it was too difficult for him to enter the 5th level. The disciples looked at Hong Yun and looked at each other. After returning from the body refining tower, Fang Chen was about to cultivate when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. First Elder. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted the First Elder. The First Elder of the primary area was very good to Fang Chen, so Fang Chen was also very respectful to the First Elder. Fang Chen, I've come to look for you because I have something to tell you, the Great Elder said. Yes, First Elder, Fang Chen said. The First Elder looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, you have to be careful of the Second Elder and the Third Elder when you are in Kamikaze Kenbu. Hearing the First Elder's words, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and did not speak. The two of them have a lot to do with the dragon army that you killed. They will definitely find a way to take revenge on you. I can protect you now, but I can't protect you forever, so you have to be careful, the First Elder said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded gratefully and said, Thank you for your reminder, First Elder. I'm telling you this because I want you to be careful of them. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first, the First Elder said and turned to leave. Fang Chen's eyes were gradually filled with coldness as he watched the First Elder's departing figure. He thought to himself in his heart, if all of you wish to die, I don't mind letting all of you die without a burial ground. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. 3 days later, a figure suddenly entered Fang Chen's courtyard. Fang Chen. The figure grinned when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw who it was, he felt a bit puzzled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhuge Yuan, Zhuge Yuan said with a smile. Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He had naturally heard of Zhuge Yuan's name. Although Zhuge Yuan wasn't as famous as the top 10 disciples in the middle zone, his name was still well known. This was because Zhuge Yuan was ranked 11th in the middle class area. He was extremely powerful and had already reached the late stage of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was many times stronger than Hong Yun. Of course, some people believed that Zhuge Yuan already had the strength to enter the top 10, but Zhuge Yuan didn't seem to care about this ranking, so he didn't challenge the top 10. Fang Chen didn't understand why Zhuge Yuan would come looking for him. May I know why senior brother Zhuge is looking for me? Fang Chen asked. It's like this. I've accepted a mission here that requires a team of at least 5 people. So I came looking for you because I hope you can join me on this mission. Of course, you'll be rewarded, Zhuge Yuan said with a smile. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately stood up and asked, Senior brother Zhuge, there are many people in the middle class area who are stronger than me. Why did you choose me? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Zhuge Yuan grinned and said, Fang Chen, I've been secretly watching you for a long time. Not only do you have a 4th grade sword talent, you're also very powerful. Although your cultivation is only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, your true strength is at least at the early stage of the 6th realm. I have high hopes for you. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, Yuan Batian hasn't returned for a long time because you killed him. Before Fang Chen could speak, Zhuge Yuan spoke again. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge Yuan. He didn't expect Zhuge Yuan to be secretly watching him. It seemed that he wasn't careful enough. I really wanted to kill Yuan Batian, but he escaped, Fang Chen said honestly. Fang Chen's words also shocked Zhuge Yuan. The reason why he said that Fang Chen had killed Yuan Batian was only Zhuge Yuan's guess. Now that Fang Chen confirmed it, although he didn't kill Yuan Batian, he was able to make Yuan Batian escape. It was enough to show how powerful Fang Chen was. Fang Chen, I need a disciple like you, Zhuge Yuan said. Then, Zhuge Yuan began to explain the details of the mission to Fang Chen. After listening, Fang Chen found out that the mission Zhuge Yuan was going to do this time was to explore an ancient ruin. This ancient ruin was located in a hidden place in Tianhe County. Usually, as long as the mission hall released this kind of mission, it would be immediately accepted by the disciples. Although the mission was only to explore the ancient ruin, there would definitely be some treasures in the ancient ruin. All the disciples wanted to enter the ancient ruin and obtain the treasures. Zhuge Yuan had received this mission not long ago, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he didn't immediately go. This time, Zhuge Yuan finally found a suitable candidate, and that was Fang Chen. As long as he could convince Fang Chen, the 5-person team would be full, and then they could set off. Of course, the reason why Zhuge Yuan chose Fang Chen was that Fang Chen was strong, and Fang Chen was not as strong as him, so he could be the absolute core of the team. Fang Chen, this ancient ruin will definitely attract some disciples from the top 10 sect, so we can't explore it casually. With your cultivation, you will definitely not be valued by the disciples of the top 10 sect. When the time comes, you can be a surprise, Zhuge Yuan explained. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen finally agreed to Zhuge Yuan's request. First, it was because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through for the time being. Maybe he could find a chance in the ancient ruin. Second, it was because he was also tempted by the ancient ruin. People often said that if one could find a chance in the ancient ruin, he might be able to soar to the sky. Although Fang Chen didn't expect to soar to the sky, he could still increase his strength. Okay, I promise you. When do we set off? Fang Chen asked. In 3 days, we will meet at the square. We will set off together, Zhuge Yuan said. What about the distribution of benefits after we enter the ancient ruin? Fang Chen asked. Zhuge Yuan explained, the rewards for this mission will be divided equally among the 5 of us. As for the things we get after we enter the ancient ruin, we will depend on our own abilities. How about that? Fang Chen grinned and nodded. In that case, you should get ready. We will set off on time in 3 days. Zhuge Yuan turned and left after he finished speaking. Fang Chen naturally didn't care about the mission reward. It was nothing more than a large amount of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones were nothing to Fang Chen now. Although the Golden Heart had absorbed 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones, Fang Chen still had 1.8 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, he believed that the Heavenly Elixir Palace would distribute spiritual stones to him again soon. At that time, Fang Chen would definitely become a rich man. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated while waiting for the mission to begin. On the 2nd day, after the refinement of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength had become much stronger. At this time, Fang Chen came to the body refining tower and wanted to give it a try. When Fang Chen entered the body refining tower, he rushed all the way. When he reached the 4th level, his speed finally slowed down. The 4th level doesn't give me much pressure. Fang Chen grinned. Although only 2 days had passed, his physical strength had become much stronger. Originally, he could only reach the 4th level, but this time, he wanted to reach the 5th level. Crash. After Fang Chen adapted to the gravity on the 4th level, he directly entered the 5th level. When Fang Chen entered the 5th level, he suddenly felt a strong gravity from all directions, directly squeezing his body. The pressure on the 5th level is very strong, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After a while, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting heavily. After staying on the 5th level for an hour, Fang Chen felt that he had reached his limit, so he left the body refining tower. At this time, many disciples outside the body refining tower were shocked. In 2 days, Fang Chen had improved so much. He's definitely a monster. He has improved so much in 2 days. Yes, 2 days ago, he could only stay on the 4th level. Now, he has entered the 5th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 5th level for an hour. He's really a monster. Monster. Not only is his talent in sword principle terrifying, but his physical strength is also terrifying. While the disciples were discussing, Fang Chen quickly left the body refining tower. For Fang Chen, the body refining tower was just a place for him to refine his body. As for the ranking, he did not care at all. When Hong Yun heard that Fang Chen had entered the 5th level of the body refining tower, he was a little shocked. Damn it, how can this guy's physical body be so strong? Hong Yun was furious and growled in a low voice. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Fang Chen arrived at the square. However, when Fang Chen arrived at the square, he heard some noise. Zhuge Yuan, where are you going? A sarcastic voice rang in everyone's ears. Fang Chen looked over and saw 5 people standing in the square. One of them was looking at Zhuge Yuan with a mocking expression. Hong Yun, where I go is none of your business. Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Humph, Zhuge Yuan, even if you don't tell me, I know you're going to do that task. But what I don't understand is that you only have 4 people here. Why don't you give me the 5th place? Hong Yun asked coldly. As long as you give me the 5th place, I don't want the reward. I'll give it all to you. Hong Yun said. Hearing Hong Yun's words, Zhuge Yuan sneered and said, I'm sorry, the team is full. There are no more places. Who's the last one? Hong Yun asked. It's me. At this time, Fang Chen came to Zhuge Yuan's side and said indifferently. Chapter 116. What? Zhuge Yuan actually gave the last spot to you? Seeing Fang Chen, Hong Yun's face was filled with anger. Especially when he heard Fang Chen say that he had gotten the last spot, he was even more furious. When Zhuge Yuan had accepted the mission, Hong Yun had been asking for a spot, but Zhuge Yuan had never given it to him. To the top 10 disciples, this mission was far from enough to attract them. But to the lower-ranked disciples, it was a fatal temptation. Hong Yun wasn't the only one who wanted a spot. The others wanted it too. However, Zhuge Yuan had given out 3 spots in one go. Including himself, there were 4 spots in total. There was only 1 spot left. Hong Yun thought that Zhuge Yuan would give the spot to him, but he didn't expect Zhuge Yuan to give it to Fang Chen. Hong Yun already hated Fang Chen. Now that he heard that Fang Chen had taken the last spot, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhuge Yuan, you'd rather give it to a piece of trash than give it to me? Hong Yun asked, trying hard to suppress his anger. Hong Yun, it's my freedom to give the spot to whoever I want. I hope you won't interfere, Zhuge Yuan said unhappily. Ha ha ha, a piece of trash actually has the right to participate in this mission. Hong Yun suddenly laughed maniacally. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, it's not up to you to decide whether I have the right or not. Fang Chen's words made Hong Yun even angrier. Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me? Hong Yun asked. Hong Yun's cultivation was in the middle of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, while Fang Chen was only in the peak of the 3rd realm. The difference was huge, and Hong Yun believed that he could defeat Fang Chen. Why wouldn't I? Fang Chen said. Hong Yu had made trouble for him time and time again. This was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others didn't say anything. Although they wanted to dissuade him, they also wanted to see Fang Chen's true strength. The reason Fang Chen had agreed was because he wanted to show off his strength to Zhuge Yuan's team. At any rate, his cultivation base was very low. Although Zhuge Yuan was there and the others would not say anything about it, it was inevitable that they would feel dissatisfied. Since they were a small team, they had to work together. Thus, Fang Chen wanted to stop them from having such thoughts while they were still in the bud. Fang Chen, I will let you know that you are not qualified to join this team. Hong Yun laughed maniacally. Fang Chen didn't say anything as he stared at Hong Yun. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Hong Yun's hand. The next moment, the sword soared into the sky and sword light filled the sky. Soaring sky sword technique. Hong Yun bellowed as he unleashed the flying heavens sword art. The tyrannical flying heavens sword art was displayed right in front of everyone. When Fang Chen saw this, he did not hesitate at all and directly displayed the Tai dispersing sword. Tai diffraction sword, level 7. Swoosh! A dragon roar came from the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, a powerful sword chi shot out from the hidden dragon sword and floated in the sky. Then, under Fang Chen's control, this sword chi turned into countless sword lights. These sword lights drew a strange trajectory in the sky. What an exquisite sword technique! A disciple beside Zhuge Yuan said in surprise. Yeah, although Fang Chen's cultivation is not high, his sword technique is more exquisite than Hong Yun's soaring sky sword technique. A level 4 sword principal talent cannot be judged by common sense. Such an exquisite and peerless sword technique is really rare. The few people sighed slightly when they saw Fang Chen use the Tai diffraction sword. At this moment, in the sky, the sword light of the two collided with a loud bang, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. Crack! When Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword collided with Hong Yun's long sword, a cracking sound was heard. The sound of the long sword shattering could be heard. How is this possible? Hong Yun roared angrily as he realized that his sword had been shattered by Fang Chen's sword. Seeing this sudden scene, Zhuge Yuan and the others were also shocked. After a long while, Zhuge Yuan cried out, "It's the hidden dragon sword, a high-grade Yuan weapon from the weapon hall." The eyes of the other 3 disciples were filled with shock when they heard Zhuge Yuan's shout. They had seen the hidden dragon sword in the weapon hall before. It was a high-grade Yuan weapon and was very expensive. A hidden dragon sword worth 30 million middle spiritual stones. No wonder. Zhuge Yuan sighed. Bang! While the 4 of them were crying out, Fang Chen took advantage of Hong Yun's shock to send him flying with a kick. Hong Yun, who was sent flying, tried his best to stabilize himself. He was in a frenzy and wanted to kill Fang Chen, but Zhuge Yuan stopped him. Hong Yun, that's enough. Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Since they already knew Fang Chen's strength, there was no need to continue this battle. Fang Chen's Tai diffraction sword and hidden dragon sword had completely defeated Hong Yun. Such strength had already gained the approval of Zhuge Yuan's team. Zhuge Yuan, are you trying to stop me? Hong Yun roared crazily. Hong Yun, this is the plaza. Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, Hong Yun slowly calmed down. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, I, Hong Yun, will definitely kill you. After saying that, Hong Yun turned and left. Zhuge Yuan and the others smiled at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Yeah, that's the hidden dragon sword. It's been in the weapon hall for so many years, but you actually bought it. When they saw the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand, their eyes lit up. One must know that although there was only a difference of 1 level between a high-level Yuan soldier and a middle-level Yuan soldier, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. After a long while, Zhuge Yuan smiled and said, all right, since everyone is here, let's set off. However, before we set off, you 3 should introduce yourselves to Fang Chen. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, a fatty with a big head and big ears grinned and said, Fang Chen, I'm Xiao Haobo. I'm Dugu Feng. A skinny man smiled and said, I'm Cheng Fei. Fang Chen nodded slightly when he heard that. Although he had never seen these 3 people before, their names resounded like thunder in his ears. That was because these 3 people could be considered as the top disciples in the mid-grade area. Cheng Fei was ranked 12th, second only to Zhuge Yuan. Dugu Feng was ranked 13th, and the fatty Xiao Haobo was ranked 14th. After the battle with Hong Yun, Fang Chen had also obtained the approval of the other 3. In their hearts, Fang Chen was at least the 15th disciple. Fang Chen, when the news of your battle with Hong Yun spreads, your ranking will definitely soar to 15th. Xiao Haobo grinned and said. Fang Chen shook his head when he heard that. In his heart, the name was not important. Strength was the most important. The few of them chatted for a while before they set off. Our destination this time is Tianhe County. It's very far from here and will take 3 days to reach, Zhuge Yuan said on the way. While Fang Chen and the rest were heading to Tianhe County, several of the top 10 sects had also sent their disciples to Tianhe County. After Hong Yun of Kamikaze Kenbu was defeated by Fang Chen, he was furious and immediately went into seclusion. Fang Chen, just you wait. The day I break through will be the day you die, Hong Yun said coldly. In just 2 hours, Fang Chen and the rest had walked out of the Holy Wind mountain range. Walking on the official road of the imperial city, the 5 of them met some passers-by. What surprised Fang Chen was that they were talking about the elixir formula that he had given to Master Tianhe. Sigh, the Heavenly Elixir Palace is really popular recently. Not to mention the Spirit Condensing Elixir and Spirit Tempering Elixir, the Heavenly Soul Elixir is even more amazing. Yeah, the Heavenly Soul Elixir can actually increase the soul strength of a warrior who has just entered the Qi High realm. It's amazing. These few days, the Heavenly Soul Elixir's sales have been very good. If this continues, the Heavenly Elixir Palace will definitely take over the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations and become the strongest elixir organization in the Divine Wind Nation. Ordinary people can't buy the Heavenly Soul Elixir. The passers-by on the road were complaining. When Fang Chen heard that, he smiled quietly. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, do you know about the Heavenly Soul Elixir they're talking about? Asked Xiao Haobo suddenly. Zhuge Yuan nodded slightly. I know, and I've seen it before. I don't know what happened with the Heavenly Elixir Palace. They were always half dead, but recently, they suddenly rose up and produced 2 kinds of elixirs in succession. They're exceptionally popular, and they've taken over a large portion of the Divine Wind Nation's elixir market. Now, the new Heavenly Soul Elixir is making people line up all the way to the city gates, said Zhuge Yuan. I wonder if this Heavenly Soul Elixir is really as amazing as they say it is, said Cheng Fei. Who knows? Let's try it later, said Du Gufeng. I really didn't expect the market to be so popular, said Fang Chen inside. The group of 5 had been hurrying along, occasionally stopping to rest. With the strength of the 5 of them, they would not encounter any bandits along the way. Even if they did, the bandits would just run away. Finally, 3 days later, the 5 of them arrived at the Heavenly River County. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, we're already in the Heavenly River County. Where are we going this time? Asked Xiao Haobo. Zhuge Yuan looked around and said, our destination is in the south, in the Heavenly River mountain range. The ancient ruins are actually in the Heavenly River mountain range. The Heavenly River mountain range is one of the Heavenly River County's forbidden areas. There are many powerful demonic beasts inside, and ordinary warriors will definitely die if they enter, said Du Gufeng. Chapter 117. The Sky River mountain range was a forbidden area for the martial artists of the Sky River County. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to leave once they entered. However, as disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, they were not afraid of these rumors and entered without hesitation. Under Zhuge Yuan's lead, Fang Chen and the others entered the Sky River mountain range. After entering the Sky River mountain range, Fang Chen felt a strange aura. The mountain range was quiet and gave off a dangerous vibe. Everyone, stay alert and be careful, Zhuge Yuan said. Then, the 5 of them rushed into the depths of the mountain range. According to the instructions of the mission, the location of the ancient relic was in the deepest part of the mountain range. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen was the last to walk. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura appear behind him. In an instant, Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword and used the Tai dispersing sword technique. Whoosh! A ray of sword light shot out and instantly pierced the body of the black shadow. In the next moment, a scream was heard. Bang! With a loud bang, a colorful cat fell to the ground, losing its life. So it's a cat, Zhuge Yuan said when he saw the scene. A Qi transformation 5th realm colorful cat dares to sneak attack us. You must have a death wish. Xiao Haobo grinned. Just now, Fang Chen killed the colorful cat. There was a commotion. Let's go quickly, or we'll be discovered by other beasts, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Then, the 5 of them moved quickly and disappeared from the area. However, after they left, a very large demonic beast the size of a cheetah appeared beside the multicolored cat's corpse with a bang. Roar. When the beast saw the colorful cat, it roared at the sky. It was furious and its claws tore at the air. Upon closer inspection, this cheetah-like beast was actually a cat-type beast. Obviously, this cat-type beast was related to the colorful cat that had died earlier. Roar. The cat-type demonic beast grabbed the dead tabby cat with its huge claws. Then, with a flash of its body, it quickly chased after them. Time passed bit by bit. When Fang Chen and the others had walked for about an hour, Zhuge Yuan motioned for them to stop and rest for a while. Senior brother Zhuge, why haven't we encountered any other demonic beasts except for that cat? Asked the fatty, Xiao Haobo. Damn fatty, do you want to meet a demonic beast? That's right. The demonic beasts here are extremely powerful. If we were to encounter a single demonic beast, it would be fine. But if we were to encounter a group of demonic beasts, even if we don't die, we would still lose a layer of skin. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, not saying anything. Looking around, he began to rest. However, just as everyone was talking, they suddenly felt the ground tremble. What's going on? Why is the earth shaking? Fang Chen asked in surprise. The earth trembled and disappeared in a flash. Only Fang Chen felt it. No one else felt it at all. Fang Chen, are you hallucinating? Why did the earth shake? Why didn't we feel it? Asked Cheng Fei. Yeah, you must be hallucinating, said Du Gufeng. As for Xiao Haobo, he grinned and said, what kind of powerful demonic beast is capable of making the earth shake? The 3 of them laughed mischievously, thinking that Fang Chen was hallucinating. Only Zhuge Yuan saw Fang Chen's expression and walked over to Fang Chen. He whispered, Fang Chen, what did you sense? Fang Chen said, I sensed a powerful aura approaching us. Although it's doing its best to conceal it, I can still sense it. You're saying that the trembling of the earth has something to do with that aura? Zhuge Yuan's expression changed slightly. Fang Chen nodded. It's not safe here. Let's leave quickly. For some unknown reason, Fang Chen kept feeling uneasy, as if danger was about to descend. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan looked around and said, prepare to leave. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, we haven't even rested yet. Xiao Haobo grinned. Just as Cheng Fei and Du Gufeng were about to speak, the earth shook once more. This time, the few of them finally felt the ground tremble. Their faces changed drastically as they looked at Zhuge Yuan. The earth is shaking. Is there danger approaching? Asked Cheng Fei hastily. Let's go. Zhuge Yuan shouted, preparing to lead the group away. However, it was already too late. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice faded, Fang Chen had already taken out the hidden dragon sword. That was because the earth was shaking more and more violently. What kind of demonic beast is it? Cried Xiao Haobo. Roar. Following the earth's shaking, a furious roar came from the distance. In the next moment, a demonic beast the size of a cheetah appeared in front of them. How is this possible? Seeing this demonic beast, everyone cried out. It was clearly very small, only the size of a cheetah. However, every step it took caused the earth to shake. Just how much strength did it require? It's a cat-type demonic beast. Fang Chen suddenly shouted. In the next moment, Fang Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. The multicolored cat we killed before was related to it. Fang Chen roared. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 of them looked at the demonic beast and discovered that it really was a cat-type demonic beast. Damn it, why is a cat-type demonic beast so big? Zhuge Yuan couldn't help cursing. At this moment, they couldn't escape. They could only fight to the death. No wonder it could make the earth shake when it walked. It's a mutated cat-type demonic beast, said Cheng Fei. Roar. The cat demonic beast suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Chen's group with its big eyes. Then, it gently placed the multicolored cat on the ground. It wants to avenge the multicolored cat. Zhuge Yuan shouted. In the next moment, the cat demonic beast made its move. With a stomp of its foot, the entire ground shook. Fang Chen's group couldn't stand still. Bang! The cat demonic beast clenched its claws into fists and punched at the 5 of them. Wherever the fist passed, even the air dissipated. Tai dispersing sword. Absolute heaven sword technique. Fang Chen's group was shocked. They all displayed their strongest sword techniques. The sky was filled with sword light, crisscrossing, and directly colliding with the cat demonic beast's fist. Crack! A strong force was transmitted from the cat demonic beast's fist. This fist directly shattered the sword light that filled the sky. Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword slashed at the cat demonic beast's fist. Intense sparks appeared, and Fang Chen's hand was in pain from the impact. What a strong defense! Fang Chen exclaimed helplessly. Even the high-grade Yuan weapon, hidden dragon sword, couldn't pierce the cat demonic beast's fist. One could only imagine how strong the cat demonic beast's defense was. It's too strong. This cat demonic beast's strength is at least in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. We can't beat it. Run! Zhuge Yuan shouted. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, the 5 of them immediately split up and fled. Roar! The cat demonic beast roared. Its body flashed, and it quickly chased after them. Split up! Zhuge Yuan shouted. Then, the 5 of them turned into 5 streaks of light and fled in 5 different directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had escaped from the battlefield. But just as he thought that he had escaped the cat demonic beast's attack range, an angry roar suddenly came from behind him. Damn it! Why is it chasing me? Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Then, he increased his speed again. Roar! The cat demonic beast was closing in from behind, while Fang Chen was fleeing quickly. Bang! Just as the cat demonic beast was about to reach Fang Chen, it suddenly spat out a ball of fire from its mouth. It directly hit Fang Chen's back. Crack! The ball of fire instantly burned Fang Chen's back. Ah! Fang Chen let out a miserable cry. His body was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, Fang Chen released the 4 captains. Crash! The moment the 4 captains appeared, they immediately set up a powerful formation, trapping the cat demonic beast within. Roar! The cat demonic beast's angry roar could still be heard. But Fang Chen's face was grave. The ball of fire that the cat demonic beast spat out was too powerful. It directly burned his back. If the golden heart hadn't released a clear stream at the critical moment to extinguish the ball of fire, Fang Chen would have been burned to a pulp, if not dead. Run! The bloody skeleton informed Fang Chen. Although the 4 of them controlled the formation and trapped the cat demonic beast, the cat demonic beast was too powerful. They couldn't kill it. After Fang Chen heard the news, he immediately made a decision, and that was to escape. I'll escape first. You guys find a way to follow me. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed as he turned and left. After Fang Chen disappeared, the 4 captains launched a fierce attack on the cat demonic beast. However, the cat demonic beast was too powerful, so they could only launch a sneak attack. In the Heavenly River mountain range, 10 cultivators were moving forward in an open space. Looking at the insignia on their bodies, they should be disciples of the Heavenly Goose Mountain. On their collars, there was a wild goose flying. At a glance, one could tell that they were disciples of the Heavenly Goose Mountain. The Heavenly Goose Mountain was one of the top 10 sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Its power spread throughout the entire Divine Wind Nation. It was very powerful. This time, the Heavenly Goose Mountain also received news that an ancient ruin had appeared here, so they sent disciples to explore. There were 10 disciples in total, and the leader was the number 1 outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Goose Mountain, Feng Xueshan. Feng Xueshan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. But his true strength was definitely comparable to a 7th realm martial artist. The Heavenly Goose Mountain disciples led by Feng Xueshan were walking when they suddenly heard an angry roar. Immediately, their faces changed. The roar of a beast. Is there a battle? Feng Xueshan stopped and said softly, "Senior brother Feng, should we go take a look?" Maybe it's a disciple of the top 10 sect, a disciple said. Chapter 118. As the chief outer sect disciple of Tianyang Mountain, Feng Shuishan was naturally very arrogant. As long as he did not meet an opponent above the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he would be able to deal with them easily. Hearing Feng Shuishan's words, the disciples of Tianyang Mountain nodded. Then, under Feng Shuishan's lead, they rushed towards the source of the beast roar. At this time, the 4 captains controlling the formation were fighting fiercely with the cat demon. Suddenly, Captain Sho Jiao's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Someone is coming." Hearing Captain Sho Jiao's words, the 3 captains nodded. In the next moment, the 4 of them immediately retreated from the formation. The moment Feng Shuishan and the rest appeared, the 4 captains immediately removed the formation. Roar. A beastly roar could be heard. The cat demon that had been trapped in the formation for a long time suddenly realized that the formation had disappeared. It roared towards the sky and stretched out its claws, twisting the space around it. Retreat. The figures of the 4 captains flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The furious cat demon's attention was attracted by Feng Shuishan and the rest. It did not even notice that the 4 captains had disappeared. Roar. The cat demon roared and rushed towards Feng Shuishan and the rest in a flash. "Bastard, you're courting death." Seeing this, the disciple from Tianyang Mountain snorted coldly. He clenched his fist tightly and the spiritual energy within his true core surged. Finally, all of it gathered in his fist and he threw a heavy punch at the cat demon. Crack! The disciple originally thought that the cat demon was not strong. But when his fist collided with the cat demon, his heart was filled with fear. "How is this possible?" the disciple cried out. At this time, his entire arm had been torn apart by the cat demon. Feng Shuishan wanted to save him, but it was too late. Poochie. Immediately after, the cat demon tore the disciple's body apart in front of everyone. The disciple died instantly. "Senior brother Feng, this cat demon is strong. What should we do?" a disciple asked anxiously. "Run." Feng Shuishan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cat demon. His mind was thinking quickly. Finally, he roared. The 4 captains had successfully diverted the cat demon's fury onto the disciples of Sky Goose Mountain while the 4 of them fled quickly. Because they were connected to Fang Chen, they could sense where Fang Chen was. Although their senses were a little weak, it did not prevent them from finding Fang Chen. After ensuring that the cat demon did not chase after them, the 4 captains finally found Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was sweating profusely. He was resting on a green rock. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Fang Chen immediately stood up from the green rock. He held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and prepared for battle. "Master, it's us." After hearing the crimson skeleton's voice, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief and immediately put away the hidden dragon sword. Immediately after, the 4 captains quickly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little confused. How did the 4 captains get rid of the cat demon's pursuit? After asking, Fang Chen found out that a group of people had approached the cat demon. The 4 captains removed the formation and successfully diverted the cat demon's fury onto that group of people. "I see. I'm afraid that group of people should also be disciples of the top 10 sect." Fang Chen pondered. Since the 4 captains were safe and sound, Fang Chen was relieved. Then, he put the 4 captains into a special interspatial ring and quickly moved forward. When they first entered the Sky River mountain range, Zhuge Yuan had told them that they had to split up if they encountered danger in the mountain range. If they could get rid of the danger, they would meet up in the depths of the Sky River mountain range. "Let's meet up with Zhuge Yuan and the others," Fang Chen said. In the depths of the Sky River mountain range, Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were sitting cross-legged in an open space. They were battered and exhausted. "Senior brother Zhuge, we've already waited for so long, but Fang Chen still hasn't appeared. Could it be?" Xiao Haobo didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew. When the cat demon was enraged, the 5 of them had split up and fled. The cat demon had chased after Fang Chen. If Fang Chen was fine, he would have already come here to meet up with them. But now, the 4 of them had come here one after another. They had already waited for so long, but Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Fang Chen lured the cat demon away for us, said Cheng Fei. My intuition tells me that Fang Chen won't die so easily. Du Gufeng, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Zhuge Yuan slowly stood up. His deep eyes looked at the front of the mountain range as he pondered. Let's wait for a while. If Fang Chen still doesn't appear, then we'll proceed according to the original plan. Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other three nodded. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this time, Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Zhuge Yuan and the other three were finally in despair. Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan stood up. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, Cheng Fei and the other two also quickly stood up. They glanced at the front of the mountain range, then turned around and followed Zhuge Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as the four of them turned around and left, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, everyone heard the sound of the grass rustling. Listen, Zhuge Yuan stopped and said in a deep voice. Could it be? Cheng Fei asked. The four of them stopped and turned around to look. To their surprise, they discovered a familiar head gradually emerging from the bushes. Ha ha ha, I knew Fang Chen wouldn't die so easily. The first to speak was Du Gufeng. He laughed wildly. Fang Chen, you're not dead. That's great. Cheng Fei laughed as well. Fang Chen, we've been waiting for you for a long time. When you didn't appear, we thought you were killed by the cat demon. Xiao Haobo grinned. When Fang Chen walked in front of the four of them, Zhuge Yuan clenched his fist and punched Fang Chen's shoulder. He grinned and said, You made us worry for so long. I made you worry. Fang Chen grinned. He could feel that the four of them cared for him from the bottom of their hearts. He was very happy. Fang Chen, the cat demon was targeting you. How did you get rid of it? Cheng Fei asked curiously. Yeah, the cat demon is a monster in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. It's very strong. How did you escape? Xiao Haobo asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, when the cat demon was chasing me, it encountered some martial artists. I guessed that they were martial artists from the 10 Great Sect. I plotted to draw the cat demon's anger onto them and then escaped. Hearing Fang Chen's explanation, the four of them laughed. They didn't know which unlucky sect disciple had been tricked by Fang Chen. Alright, since you're here, let's move on. It seems that a sect has already reached the entrance of the ancient ruins. Zhuge Yuan smiled. Then the 5 of them quickly rushed towards the entrance of the ancient ruins. At this time, in a hidden place in the Sky River Mountains, a battered and exhausted Feng Shueshan stood quietly. His face was full of anger. Damn the cat demon! Feng Shueshan roared angrily. When he left Sky Goose Mountain, he had vowed that he would definitely complete the mission this time. But just as he arrived at the Sky River Mountains and before he reached the entrance of the ancient ruins, he had encountered the powerful cat demon. In the process of fighting the cat demon, the disciples of Sky Goose Mountain had died one by one. When Feng Shueshan tried his best to escape from the cat demon, he realized that the 9 disciples he had brought with him had all died in battle. He was the only one left. Damn it, who is killing our disciples of Sky Goose Mountain? If I, Feng Shueshan, find out, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Feng Shueshan roared. When Feng Shueshan had first seen the cat demon, he had clearly sensed 4 auras. But these auras had disappeared too quickly, and Feng Shueshan hadn't had time to observe them before he was attacked by the cat demon. No matter what, let's go to the ancient ruins first. When I get the treasures in the ancient ruins, I'll go back and redeem myself, Feng Shueshan said. At the end of the Sky River Mountains, there was a wide plain. It wasn't really a plain, but it was wider. In this wide area, there were many ancient martial art practitioners. These ancient martial art practitioners were all disciples of the 10 Great Sect. In the middle of the wide area, there were a few disciples in fiery red robes. These disciples had a fiery red flame on their collars. They were disciples of Flaming Mountain. Flaming Mountain was one of the 10 Great Sects. It was one of the top sects and was very powerful. This time, The leading disciple of Flaming Mountain was the top disciple of Flaming Mountain's outer sect, Huahen. His cultivation had reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Just as Huahen was observing the entrance of the ancient ruins, a hearty voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "Brother Huahen, I didn't expect Flaming Mountain to come so early." Hearing this voice, Huahen slightly turned his head to take a look. Soon after, a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "So it's Brother Fengyin from the Clearwind Lake. You guys are not too late." Breeze Lake was an average sect among the 10 great sects. Fengyin was the top disciple of Breeze Lake's outer sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and he was only one step away from the 7th realm. "I wonder what other sects will come this time." After greeting Huahen, Fengyin said faintly. Just as the two of them were chatting, a group of people suddenly appeared in the open area. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. "Oh, I didn't expect Kamikaze Kenbu to send disciples this time," Fengyin said with a disdainful smile on his face. "Kamikaze Kenbu wants to surpass the 10 great sects. Naturally, they would send disciples to this ancient ruins to train their disciples," Huahen said with a grin. Kamikaze Kenbu was considered a special power in the Shungfeng nation. When Kamikaze Kenbu was established, the 10 great sects had already existed. When Kamikaze Kenbu was established, the 10 great sects were the dominant powers in the Shungfeng nation. Kamikaze Kenbu's top disciple, the housemaster, declared that one day, Kamikaze Kenbu would surpass the 10 great sects and become the strongest power in the Shungfeng nation. At that time, the 10 great sects looked down on Kamikaze Kenbu. However, with Kamikaze Kenbu's hard work and the emergence of some amazing disciples, Kamikaze Kenbu finally grew to become a great power second only to the 10 great sects. However, Kamikaze Kenbu still could not gain the recognition of the 10 great sects.